Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing good. This is your trainer Akash Sharma back again with our final day of training and yet another module, which is DoS attacks. I hope you guys had a great rest of the day because today we are going to cover a lot of topics. One of them is the most interesting one, which is DoS attacks. We all want to prank our friends by crashing their systems down, but that's not what we are learning here. We're learning the good things. So, talking about DOS attacks. DOS and DDoS attacks have become popular because they are easy, because of the easy accessibility of exploits and negligible amount of brain work required while executing them. This is literally the most script kiddie thing that anybody can ever do because it doesn't really require your technical expertise in something. It's just that you need to know how to execute a script. That's it. You don't even need to make it. For those who don't know, this is what a DOS attacks looks like. Let's say that you are a hacker and this is Amazon web server. Why did I start with the M? This is amazon.com. Okay, this is their website. Now let's assume that Amazon can handle a traffic of 500 packets. As a hacker, if you send individually total 800 packets at the same time, this amount of traffic will be beyond Amazon's web server to handle, and that is why it will stop responding. It will deny all the responses to any other user that is trying to connect with them. So if there are multiple users trying to connect with them, they will all be facing denial in connection. So that is why it says denial of service, which is short for DOS. Because a hacker sent so many packets, so big amount of traffic on a particular web server on a particular system that it stopped responding to any other incoming or outgoing connections, and it starts denying any other service any further, and that's why it's called denial of service. But in this case we only have a single villain, that is a single hacker. But what if a hacker is really smart? He have something we call a bot army. There he have like something called a botnet. This is a network of various devices this hacker have hacked into. And now what he will do is, instead of sending all those packets by himself, he will use all these devices to send, let's say, 100 packets each. And let's say if there are 10 devices in total, there will be 1,000 packets traffic coming from various sources. Now, the problem here is that the web server will not be able to identify that if there is a single source that it is coming from. Because in the previous example, the web server could have blocked hacker and all this traffic would have gone away. But in this case, the source is all the sources are different. They are coming from variable resources or variable locations, right? Due to which the web server is unable to detect where exactly the traffic is coming from, and again it goes down. But in this case, because the hacker used a distributed botnet, this is called the distributed denial of service, in short, DDoS. Now, both DOS and DDoS are really simple to do, frankly speaking. There are simplest tools that are already available with us. Rest, it also depends on the scale and the volume of attack. But I'll show you a couple of techniques through which we can actually create DOS-like situations. So the first one is SYN flooding. We know what are SYN requests. SYN requests are synchronization requests to a particular system wherein we are trying to basically connect with it, and the synchronization request is sent in order to establish that connection. Now imagine a system is getting 40, 50,000 packets all with synchronization request. Now it's obvious that a single system cannot handle that big amount of traffic, due to which it can easily go down. And that's what we are going to analyze here. We're going to first of all use para2s, and in terminal I'm going to check for port number 21, which is FTP, and our FTP will be the target for synchronization syn flood attack here. We are going to take down the FTP service. Our victim is going to be, as usual, our Windows 11. Mhm. So nmap 10.10.1.11 hyphen p21. We can see it is open and active. Now we are going to create a syn traffic on this particular system using our very old friend Metasploit. Now you might be imagining Metasploit is used for exploitation purposes. How are we actually going to create a DoS attack? Because this is a very different thing. I told you Metasploit have a lot of cool stuff included. And apart from the exploits and apart from all the payloads, there are some things called auxiliaries. We call them aux modules. Oh, give me a second. Okay, we call them auxiliary modules. Now, if you ask me what are auxiliary modules, any module that is not used for exploitation purpose is an auxiliary. Some people even call them scanners, but again, they are not really limited to scanning. They can do a lot of variable things. You can even modify some kind of some sort of auxiliary modules. These are additional, you can say, features of Metasploit that can do variable kind of stuff. So in our case, there is an auxiliary module called Syn Flood, which was created with a purpose for Syn flooding attack. So that's what we are going to use today in our old friend Metasploit. In this task, we'll use auxiliary module of Metasploit called Synflood to perform a DoS attack on the target machine. Now here, mind it that we are only going to attack a specific service that is on port number 21, which happens to be FTP, the file transfer protocol. So we are basically going to take this down and stop it from responding to any other traffic. So let's take a look. Oh, the backgrounds keep on changing. I don't really like it either. Okay, this is better. Yeah, you see, Metasploit comes with different kind of banners, like this is a hard banner. If you just type the command banner in Metasploit, it shows you another banner right here. There are many sorts of banners in it, which it's just like all you know, the showbiz, just to make it look cool. Doesn't have any relevance, honestly. If you want to start Metasploit without the banner, you can simply type msf console hyphen q. Hyphen q is to start it quietly, like not with the showbiz and all that unnecessary stuff. So it will start quietly and we'll just give you directly the Metasploit interface. And this also starts Metasploit a little bit faster. So always choose hyphen Q. Okay, in order to select the synflood auxiliary, we're going to use this command, use auxiliary DOS TCP, use auxiliary for DoS on TCP channel, and the name is SynFlood. I'm not typing at the speed of light. I'm just pressing tab for autofill. For those who use Linux, they must be knowing it. Let's say if there is a module with the name SynFlood, if I just type SYN and I press tab, it will automatically do the autofill thing. See, that way. I just click tab and it just filled the whole name. Anyway, we use this particular module that is SynFlood, and I want to know more options, what I can do with it. So I type show options and I get this interface. Now, what are the requirements? It is clearly mentioned. It requires our host. Remember, I told you our host is the remote host. Basically, it is the host IP address for the target that we are going to work with. So that's what you have to provide it. It's empty because definitely any module will not automatically assume who is going to be a target. So you have to provide that information all the time. In addition to it, it also requires port, which is given. Everything else is given. So we just need to provide our host because it is required. So we're going to type here set our host 10.10.1.11. That's our target. Windows. And also we need to define the port, by the way, because we are working specifically with port 21. So we also need to change the R port because by default it attacks on port 80. So we need to give it 21. Now, once everything is given, additionally, you can spoof your IP address if you'll see the spoofable source address. So you can make the traffic look like coming from another IP address. So that's also what it can do. So if somebody is like monitoring in the network, they will not be able to catch you because there's another IP address being shown. Also, for a better, anonymity, you can change your MAC address as well. I've shown you yesterday how to do it, right? So this way, nobody will be able to detect you, like if you are the one making this kind of an attack on a particular service. So for that, you have to type set shost. Shost will be the spoofable IP. And if I want that Windows 2 Server 2019 is sending all this traffic, I'll just type the IP for that. There you go. Oops. There it is. We need to put the space here. All right. Now, when I do show options, there are three things we notice. First is obviously the target IP, then the target port, and the spoofable IP. That means this is where the traffic will be going to our victim instead of my system. I mean, it will show it that way at least. It will just spoof the IP address. It's not really going to send anything. It's just going to show it that way that when you will be analyzing it, you will see what I mean by this. Now, once we have filled in all the details, you just have to execute the module. You can type run or you can type exploit. Both of the commands work. I personally prefer run. It's short and crisp. Now this is running the module of SynFlood on port number 21 at Windows 11. Now quickly, let's just go there and see what kind of traffic is coming in. By the way, the traffic was supposed to come from our parent OS. The IP address is 10.10.1.13. Let's see what kind of thing we have here at Windows 11. Okay, we have it here. In our Windows, we are going to run Wireshark. We know it why we are running Wireshark because we are going to analyze the traffic. And of course, it's going to come on our Ethernet connection. So that's what we're going to work with. Ethernet. And you can see there's a lot of packets that are coming through. If I just click on any one of the frame here, let's say this one, 61543, if you will see, interestingly, it in this segment here, Internet Protocol v4, it clearly mentions the source and the destination of the packet. Sorry, what? Yeah, okay, my bad. That was a response. Okay, so here in this one, you can see this is the incoming packet here, and the source is coming from 1.19 instead of 1.13, and it's coming on our system. The destination port is port 21, as can be seen here, which is our FTP service. And these are thousands of packets already here, right? If I scroll down, I've already sent 40,000. This is a huge, by the way. So TCP port numbers reused. Okay, so there's like replicated traffic coming in, so that's why it's showing these kind of colors. So this is how you can actually create a DOS attack kind of situation for that particular service. Now this service definitely will be rendered unusable because when, see, the thing is for every service, let's say if somebody's trying to connect with port number 21, and if there are multiple connections incoming, let's say these three are legitimate connection, user 1, user 2, and user 3. Now, if there's a hacker and if the hacker is sending multiple synchronized requests, port number 21 will be exhausted because there are already so many requests coming from a hacker, due to which these connections, which are legitimate connection, will not be able to connect with it because 21 will not send any kind of acknowledgement packets anymore because it will be rendered unusable because of this kind of heavy traffic incoming. So that's exactly how Sinflood attack works. This can be done on any service, literally. You just have to define the port number and you have already have the IP. This can also be made to web servers and you know websites and URLs and domains. How to detect it? It's very simple. We just saw that it was coming in from a particular location, and we yesterday have already seen how to identify if there is any ARP spoofing or anything like that. So we can also detect it from that methodology. If you click here, second. Okay. So when I go on my Windows Server 2019, I'll check a single detail here and then I'll make a conclusion. You'll see. Okay. It actually has 19. I'll open another terminal and I will type here a command I told yesterday, ARP scan It will scan the other devices on my network. So 19 have a MAC address that ends with 55 colon 135551, whereas the attacker's machine have 135553. So let's go on our Windows 11. Is it 51 or is it 53 here? Okay, you can see that server 2019 MAC address was ending with 53, or actually 51, and Parrot's OS MAC address was ending with 53, right? Here, even though the IP address is shown for 2019 server, the MAC address is still the one that is owned by Parrot OS. So this is how you can also identify where exactly it's coming from. They're just spoofing the IP address, but not the MAC address. So that is also one of the way that you can identify that if the MAC address is actually verifying with the IP address that is assigned or not. This is one way of identification, because they are just able to spoof the IP address, but not the MAC address. If I would have seen the MAC address, then definitely it would show the MAC address for 2019. So that is the preliminary step of identification. And if somebody is using a MAC change or anything, we have seen yesterday how we can detect with ARP or scanning with Kane enable. We can see like if any device is using any kind of promiscuous mode or any kind of ARP spoofing. So that is also clear with it. So this was a DoS attack task with SynFlood attack, which was very interesting to see. Next, we are gonna do. Oh, we came to task 4. Oh, task number 2, that is DoS attack on a target using Hping3. Now, Hping3 is a command line oriented network scanning and packet crafting tool. You can also create packets, by the way, with Hping3. That sends ICMP echo request and supports TCP, UDP, ICMP, and raw IP protocols. It performs network security auditing, firewall testing, manual path MTU discovery, advanced trace route, OS fingerprinting, and so on and so forth. A lot of other stuff. We are going to use Hping3 to perform DoS attacks such as SYN flooding, ping of death, UDP application layer flood, because SYN flooding only works on TCP channel. We have already seen that. In MSF module, the name was aux slash DOS slash TCP slash SYNFlood, which means it only works on the TCP channel. And for UDP, we can use Hping3 to perform a UDP application layer flood. So now we know, well, we are going to know basically how we can DOS on both TCP and UDP. So they started the Wireshark on Windows 11. Okay, fair enough. We'll do the same. Right. And then we'll switch to Parrot. And here we are going to use the Hping3 utility. Okay. So the command is simple. It's Hping3, no space in between, of course. And hyphen capital S, which will be the target IP address we are going to, scan 10.10.1.11, obviously. And then the IP address that we want to spoof. This time we'll try to spoof the 22, okay? So hyphen A, 10.10.1.22. This is Windows Server 2022. Oh, Sorry, it's not done yet. Okay. And then port number is also defined that if you want to scan on port number 22, you can check by yourself that port number 22 and map 10.10.1.11 P22. Let's see if it is active. Oh, it is closed. Why are they doing it? Okay, here they're using 21. Earlier they're using 22. This might be misprint. We're going to choose 22 for now. Let's see how the result comes through. 22. And then a flag here, hyphen hyphen flood. Okay, so let's start this particular scan. Oh, the previous scan wasn't stopped. Damn. Okay, hold on. Let me just go back and reset it. Okay, so I started a new scan, new Wireshark instance, and here we will run the hping command. What's wrong with it? 'Kay, this was a command right here, and hping in flood mode, no replies will be shown, by the way. Okay, fair enough, no problem. This command initiate the SYN flooding attack on Windows 11. After a few seconds, press Control C, stop the SYN flooding on the target machine. Okay, also, if you send the SYN packets for a longer period of time, the target system may even crash. Observe. Okay, so we don't want to crash it. Let's just stop right here. By the way, in this period of time, already 45,000 packets were already sent. So you can see the potential in this attack. Hping3 floods the victim machine by sending bulk synchronized packets and overloading the victim's resources. When we switch back to Windows 11, we will see what they mean by this. There's a lot of TCP SYN packet captured by Wireshark. We can see that right here. There's a lot of ACK, which are the acknowledgement, and then there are push packets because they keep on pushing for the incoming traffic. But there's again a lot of synchronization packets also. Here we can see that right here. And the source here again is 22, the IP, right? So that's how we identify. So here they have introduced the graph also. So let's just take a look at that. You click on statistics and click on the input output graph. Okay, you can see it right here. Um, this Ethernet window that appears displays a graphical view of all the packets that were captured, and there's a huge spike here that you can see, and this is where the actual traffic that came in for the synchronization packets for this long period of time. This for a few seconds only though, and that's what is mentioned here. And this is showing every second. This is showing packet incoming every second. So more than 4,000 packets were received. So that's what shows in here. Now we will try something called a ping of death. This was SYN attack that you can see. Now you can perform SYN flood attack either with Metasploit or with Hping3. Frankly, using Hping3 is really simple. I mean, you don't really have to do much, right? Um, so now I will start a new instance of Wireshark and get back to Parrot. Here in ping of death, we are going to use a different command here. The capital S in the previous command actually represents the inclusion of SYN packets, the SYN flags that we'll be sending on the target. But here I will add additional switch, which will be -D, and then I will specify some size like 65,000. Now this is the data size that we are going to send. -S again for synchronization packets, -P for specifying the port number, and then --flood. This time we can use another port. We can use any port actually, for that matter. Let's see how many ports are actually open on the target. Okay, so these many ports are open. There's 135 as well. Let's target 135. We'll change the port for now for an improvisation. Port 135. Now again, we are not going to send a lot of packets here. Again, this is not just synchronization flooding, but we are also sending ping of death packets worth the size of 65,000 bits. So in the POD attack, which is ping of death, by the way, the attacker tries to crash, freeze, or destabilize the targeted system by sending malformed, oversized packets using a simple ping command. I told you about the ICMP protocol in the preliminary sessions when we were discussing, I think, module 2 or 3. That ICMP protocol send is used whenever we are sending ping request, right? And there is a certain size of the packet. But here with hping3, we can craft packets with, you know, desired size, and we just crafted a packet of 65,000 bits, which is really heavy. Oh, it's bytes actually. My bad. The attacker has sent a size of 65,000 bytes to the target web server. The packet size exceeds the size limit prescribed by the RFC 791 Internet Protocol, which is 65,535 bytes. So this is the recommended limit. If we exceed this, the system's reassembly process might crash because it's receiving packets bigger than they are expecting to receive. There's a limit of packet that they can send and receive, and this is the limit mentioned here, 65,535 bytes. And if you send anything more than that, it might crash the system. So we can see hping3 floods the victim machine. We can switch to Windows 11 and see that by ourselves in Wireshark. Let's give it a try again. I'll start a new instance in Wireshark. You know what? I'm going to open it in this half, and I'm going to open in the second half here. I'm going to open Parrot. So here's my Windows and here's my Parrot. Okay, doesn't allow that. It's okay. By the way, the system have already crashed. You can see it stopped responding and it doesn't seem to work. So as you can also see in the instructions here, it says because of this ping of death, we can observe the degradation in the performance of the system and the result might differ based on when we perform the task. So it's still going on, by the way. So if I switch back to my Windows 11, I'm sure it would not respond anymore. Yep, it is not responding. I'm making multiple clicks, nothing happening. So yeah, guys, we conclude that this is how a ping of death attack works. We might have to restart our Windows, but we got our Eureka moment. Okay, so we just terminated that. Here we can also do it on different services, like we did on port 135. Next, they are going to perform a UDP layer, UDP application layer flood attack on Windows Server 2019. Okay, because we already have done enough injustice with Windows 11, so we got to restart it, I guess. It's better we do it. I think it stopped even responding to this. It's okay. It's okay. We'll restart the lab if we need. No issue. Okay, so we're gonna do it in Server 2019. Windows 11 will take time to resuscitate. So we, as we have already checked, 139 was open our target on our target machine, and oh, we have to check that on Server 2019 as well. We'll use NetBIOS port to perform a UDP application layer flood attack. For this, we are using -2, which is to specify the UDP mode. By default, it's -1, which is the TCP mode. We don't need to specify that because it's the default mechanism how it works. But if you want to switch to UDP, we have to define -2, which is a switch for UDP mode. -P defines the port and flood to send the high amount of packets. All right, so let's get switched to our, okay, in the meanwhile, before we do that, let's open Wireshark on this machine as well to analyze how things are going. Remind me later. There you go. Okay, so Wireshark is active now. Let's go back to our Parrot and perform this UDP application layer flood attack. So the command is going to be simple again. It's Hping3 -2 for UDP, hyphen P for defining the port, which is net buyers this time, a different port, and then hyphen flood. Oops. Our target IP, that is 1.19 this time, by the way, and press enter. Let it work for a while. So in Wireshark, we will see a lot of traffic coming on our UDP port.
Here's a dumb question.
Yep, it's
Would
okay.
would this work? Like, can you send a ping flood to a MAC address, or does it have to be
No,
IP?
no, it had to be an IP.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to clarify.
No issue. And please never think that any question is dumb. Every question have its own relevancy. Don't worry. Uh, that was a good actually observation. There are certain other kind of attacks that could have made on MAC addresses, but again, it's more on a hardware level instead of this like application level. Okay, so we can notice. Oh, why is it not showing UDP anymore? So I can put a filter here for UDP, and to our surprise, there's none. Where did we went wrong? Flood 1.19, fair enough. It's the same thing. I mean, command is right. Let's try it again. 139. It's not even responding to nmap now, I guess. Really slow. Okay, none of the ports are working now, I guess. Interesting. Oops. Okay. Let's try the hping command again. No reply will be shown. UDP mode said, fair enough. Let's go back to our 2019. Let's see, do we have something here? hmm Showing MDNS. Hmm. Oh, okay, I think the lab is not responding properly. It's not even taking my input now. Okay, let me just check something on my end. Just give me a second. Try the command one more time. -2 -p for port 139. And before I execute, let's just turn on the Wireshark here. Let's take a look now. Oh, okay, now it's coming up. There might be some misconfiguration that happens in the previous time. Wasn't responding appropriately, and now we can see the stream of UDP packets coming in. And this confirms there is the UDP application layer flood attack. So we have seen a couple of types of attacks. We have seen SYN flood with Metasploit, SYN flood with Hping3, ping of death, and the UDP application layer flood. So these are a few type of DoS attacks that can take place on a general in a generic network. There's another tool that we can use called a Ravenstorm as well. It's a DDoS tool, by the way, for distributed denial of service that features layer 3, layer 4, and layer 7 attacks. It is written in Python and effective and powerful shutting down host and server. It can be used to perform strong attacks and can be optimized for non-typical targets. So Ravenstorm is a tool in Linux, so we gotta switch to Linux, obviously. So to work with it, you just have to type this command in your Linux, which is sudo rst, which is short for Ravenstorm. So press enter, and this tool will show its like interface. Beautiful green interface on the black. Okay, so here there they have given the menu as well. You want to exit, you want to upgrade, load, whatever you want to do. There are different kind of modules here. Every layer have a specific target. Like layer 4 targets on UDP and TCP. Layer 3 targets on ICMP. Layer 7 is for HTTP modules. There's Bluetooth module. There's ARP spoofing module, Wi-Fi servers modules, and different other kind of stuff. We're gonna type the L4 for doing it on TCP and UDP. So let's type L4. And before we start the attack, it's recommended that we switch to Windows and start Wireshark. Have we? No, we haven't. Let's do that. There we go. We have Wireshark up and running. Now, once we have given the module, we will be defining our target. That will be an IP of 10.1.10.10.1.19, which is our server. Next, we have to give the port number. It's going to be port 80. We're going to target in this one. Then we give threads 20,000 to define the number of threads. Give me a second. Okay. Once given all details, we can type run and start this attack. Do you agree with the terms of use? Yes, we do. There we go. To stop the attack, press enter or control C. It has started sending this kind of a traffic on the victim already. Ravenstorm started DOS attack, and when we switch back to 2019 server, we can see this kind of incoming here. You can see that. Um, Destination port is unreachable. By the way, we are not spoofing anything here, so the traffic is directly coming from 10.13 here. So it's coming directly from my parrot, so there's no spoofing involved in this one. So I personally don't really like Ravenstorm. I mean, there is Hping3, so why would you really need Ravenstorm? We can completely depend on Hping3 because it's very relevant. It's highly efficient for doing this kind of stuff. Ravenstorm still would not be that efficient enough. So my personal preference goes to obviously to Hping3 for sure. Then there's also Hoik and Loik, which is high orbit ion cannon, and then there is low orbit ion cannon. These are graphical user interface tools, by the way, and they can be used on Windows also. So we're gonna use Hoik here. We're gonna start a Wireshark instance in our Parrot. Tables are gonna get turned this time. Okay, so this is the Wireshark here. So in Windows 11, we are going to start the high orbit ion cannon, Hoik. So it's going to be in our repository in the tools. Okay, by the way, I got the repository for all the tools for you guys. I'll also share that. It's a drive link. I'll be sharing in the chat box. In the break time, I will do it. Don't worry about that. And also for the modules, I'll share both the drive links. So here we are doing denial of service, DOS and DDoS, high orbit. There you go, Hoik. Okay.
That's very 4chan.
Right. You talk about Hoik, you haven't seen the Loik. It's even like shady kind of thing. Yeah. So you are
No doubt.
from the generation of 4chan, so that's good. For those who don't know, 4chan is like a forum, just like Reddit, but it's really, I mean, shady kind of stuff happens there. It's available on the like regular internet, but you can see it by your experience. Okay, running Hoik here. We click the plus button to add our targets. So we're gonna add our target that is parrot machine. You just gotta type the IP 10.10.1.13. Then you select the power of your attack. So we're gonna make it high. We don't want to leave any scope. And then in the boost, we are just gonna add the generic boost here. Once you're done, you just simply click on fire the laser. Oh, before that, you can also set the threads to 20 as they suggest. Oh, then added the target. There you go. Enter a valid. Okay, okay, okay. Fair enough. Add it again. No problem. HTTP 10.10.1.13. There you go. High with a generic boost. Added. There you go. Okay, the status is ready, so we can actually click on fire the laser. We can do it from all the systems. We can do it from 2019 and 2022 also because Hoik is like installed in those two. So we can perform this attack from all the machines and we can click on this. Now from ready, the status is engaging. Now on Parrot machine, if you switch, we will see a huge amount of traffic coming in. You can see that like already 20,000 packets so far. So in real time, a group of hackers operating hundreds or thousands of machines configure this tool on their machines, communicate with each other through IRC, simulate a DDoS attack by flooding the target machine or website at the same time. The target is overwhelmed and stops responding to user requests, stop dropping packets coming from legitimate users. The larger number of attack machines, the higher the impact. So if I'm doing it like with 10 machines, it definitely goes down in a few seconds. So that's exactly how Hoik works. This is exactly also how Loik works. It's a similar interface. It's just that it sends less amount of packets, so you need more amount of devices. So it's like that. So Hoik can be done with a fewer amount of devices, like say 10 or 20 devices. But for Loik, you would need a bigger network of bots. So you need a bigger botnet. So if you have a huge amount number of devices, like say 100, 200 devices, then you can go for Loik and because it will redistribute your traffic in even more number of endpoints and hence it makes it more undetectable. So that's the idea behind it. Now we have seen multiple examples on how we can perform attacks, how we can make it crash, do this different kind of stuff. Let me just stop it right now. Give me a second. It's enough. Okay, shut down the application. I don't need it. Okay, fair enough. So next we are going to learn about how to detect and protect against the DoS attacks. We have already seen enough examples of how we can be attacked. So first we can use something called an anti-DDoS guardian. It protects ISS servers, Apache servers, game servers, Camfrog, mail servers, FTP, and so on and so forth. Anti-DDoS guardian limits network flow number, client bandwidth, client concurrent TCP connections for UDP also. So we'll see how we can actually configure it. Let's switch to our Windows 11 machine. So in this task, they are using 2019 and 22 to perform a DDoS attack on Windows 11. So let's switch to first Windows 11 and set up our anti-DDoS Guardian and see how that works. Protection tool, DDoS Guardian. There you go. Yes. Next. Next. I accept and next. Oh, another next. Another next. Okay. Oh, finally. Okay. It seems like it's never gonna end. Hmm. Launch it, launch it, launch it. Okay. When you click finish, okay. So there's this icon that we can see for anti-DDoS. It appears at the bottom here, anti-DDoS Guardian. So when you click on that, it will open this kind of a window. It looks like something like an advanced IP scanner, that kind of stuff. Now we will switch to our 2019 server and we are going to use the Loic to perform this attack on Windows 11. Denial of service, low orbit cannon, Loic. There you go. Okay, so we have to give the URL here. It's like a little bit complex than compared to Oik. So here the URL is 10.10.1.11, and we have to give it in the IP actually. Okay, we click on lock on, it will select the target. Next, we have to select the specific details. Like under the attack options, we have to select, where is it? Oh, the method here. Yeah, you have to select which method you want to do. Let's select UDP here for now. Thread value to 5. You know what? Let's keep it at 10. Select the powers bar to the middle so that it can make a speedy one. Okay. Now switch to 2022 and do the same things here. Exact same things. You know what? Let's just do it with one because they will take forever to load 2022. So let's start. I'm charging my laser. So because it says here, are you ready or not? So when you execute it, we'll start sending certain kind of packets, which we can observe at Windows 11 on the DDoS Guardian that we have here. So, okay, here we're having some traffic incoming from remote IP 1.19. Let's say if I double click on this, it shows me the amount of traffic that is coming in. The anti-DDoS Guardian Traffic Detail Viewer displays the content of the selected session. Observe the high number of incoming bytes coming in from here. You can see there's incoming bytes. Where's my stylus? Yeah, there you see. This is a really high amount of traffic coming into my system, but you can see the system is still not down because of anti-DDoS Guardian. We can use certain kind of things we have here. I can either stop the listing, I can block the IP, I can allow the IP and allow all this traffic coming in. I can also clear this whole in uh, detail here that whatever I'm getting. So if I block the IP right away, so why is it not blocking? What's wrong with it? Okay, now you can see it blocked. Actually, I had to enable it from on the top. I forgot to enable it in the first place. So when I click on any of these IPs and I click on block, now you can see they are red. That means all the traffic that is coming from them is blocked on my system. It's my system is not going to, attend any of the traffic incoming from their systems. So that's how you can use the DoS Guardian to protect your systems. I know it looks old, but it is effective. You can also use other tools like DoS Arrest, DoS Guard, Cloudflare to protect your organization's systems. So Cloudflare is also one of the most effective one, but DoS Guardian is something that is easy to use, simple interface, nothing much, no rocket science. So here we conclude our module number 10, denial of service. Next, we're going to start with session hijacking. We have seen different kind of attacks from Hping, from Ravencroft, and there was another one, MSF module, right? A lot of stuff, and then we saw Hoik and Loik. That was pretty interesting. DOS attack is the most simplest kind of attack a hacker or even a script kiddie can make. Script kiddies are those who basically do not have any technical like expertise, but they know is using tools. They don't really even bother about learning the concept behind it, that why the tool is working. And even if I ask them to make any modifications, they will not be able to do so. They just know a couple of commands and they know how to use the tools. That's what a script kiddie is. Now, talking about session hijacking, this allows an attacker to take over active sessions by bypassing the authentication process. So, understand it this way that when two endpoints, let's say the client and the server, are establishing a connection, this connection have something we call a session ID assigned to it. This is client 1. Let's say there is also a client 2, which also have another session open with session ID A. And this also have a session ID B. There's also another client here, session ID D, right? For client 3, it's ID 3. Now there are three session IDs, A, B, and C, by the way. So what a hacker can do is, let's say if hacker wants to hack into the session ID B, he just need to know the ID. And by forging this ID, he can hijack into the session and take over from client 2 and can redirect the traffic onto this hacker's system. This is session hijacking, basically. Simple as that. They are just bypassing the authentication process, hijacking into session, taking over from the real original user onto their systems. This can also be done with the help of MITM. We have seen the examples for man in the middle attack. We have done sniffing before, right? Attackers can use session hijacking to launch various kind of attack like MITM and even DOS attacks. DOS attack can happen when attackers sniff sensitive information and use it to make host unavailable for users. So let's see how are we really going to perform that. So we're gonna hijack a session using Zap. Now Z Access Proxy is amazing tool, by the way. It's used majorly for web application analysis, but can also be used for various other purposes that we're gonna just take a look. It's an integrated penetration testing tool for finding vulnerabilities in web application. It offers automated scanners as well for web application vulnerabilities. We will see this in web application testing module. Zap allow you to see all the requests you make to a web app and all the responses you receive from it. Um, we will hijack a session using Zap, so just take a look at it. We already have Zap installed probably, or not. Oh, so here in Windows, give me a second. Okay. So we'll be opening Google Chrome, and in the Chrome settings, we are going to open the proxy settings here. On System, open your computer proxy setting. You click on this. Next is we will click on manual proxy setup. And here we will put on the information proxy IP address. Use a proxy server. The server IP address is going to be 1.19 mentioned, and the port number is 8080. Okay. Once done, just save it. Now let's switch to our 2019 server. Here they have Zap installed, so we're just going to initiate that. Okay. Here we will be launching Zap real quick. It's loading. Okay, when you see this kind of a message, simply click on no, I don't want to persist this session at the moment at this time. So click on that and click on start. You'll get this kind of an interface. Let's make it full screen. If you see this, just simply click on download Zap and just wait. It's just kind of an update that we need to complete before we proceed. So let's wait for it to done. Okay, it's gonna restart Zap, I guess. Update the installation. Come on, just get it done already. Again, click on start. Okay, so here we have Zap up and running. So in here, we will be clicking on this plus icon on the top. I hate this interface. Just a second. Okay, so here from this icon, this plus icon, we have to add a break tab here. The break tab allows you to modify the response and the request when Zap has got it. So if there is any kind of transaction going on, we can capture it with Zap, with break. Next, to configure the Zap, click on this options menu icon in the toolbar, which is this one, options, the gear icon right here. When you click on it, it opens the options here, of course. Um, Click local proxies in here, local proxies, and okay, here we have to add here new like the address for our host, that is server 2019, and then the port number 8080, which is a default port already mentioned. Once this is done, click on OK. Next, we set break on all requests and response. So we will be clicking on this the option. Yeah, this one, this green icon, set break on all requests and response. So we clicked on that. It turns automatically from green to red. Okay. Now let's go in Windows 11 and let's look for this website, moviescope.com. If it shows up this way, just click on advance and click on proceed. Come on. Okay. By the way, this is not opening up. So let's switch to Word 2019 and take a look at the Zap. See what do we have there. Here it captured a request that says this was a get request from moviescope.com, and somebody's trying to basically access this particular website. The HTTP response appears, submit, and step to next request or response icon again in the toolbar. So we click on this icon, next request. So it's like passing out that particular request and moving on further. Now in break tab, modify scope to goodshopping.com and capture the get request. In break tab, we can modify this to a different website altogether. Goodshopping.com. And once we are done, we can click on submit. This is the submit button here. Submit and step to next request. There you go. It says okay. The request was sent fine, and the website must be now loading on the other side. Why does it say 200? You know what? Instead of Zap, because it's really complex for you to understand as of now, there is another. See, in the industry when we work, there are two alternatives. Either we use Zap or we use a tool called Burpsuit. Both of them are actually proxy managers. And when we compare Zap with Burpsuit, Burpsuit is, if a Burpsuit is 10, Zap is like 1.2. You can consider it that way because Zap have a lot of complex design and workflow. But on the other hand, Burpsuit is very organized, and we will learn Burpsuit in web application hacking. So you will also learn there how Burpsuit can also be used for session hijacking and a lot of different kind of attacks. So consider Burpsuit as Zap on, on proteins and steroids. So that's Burpsuit. So we'll work with Burpsuit instead of Zap. And with experience, I'm telling you, trust me, I have used Zap maybe only twice or thrice in the last 6 years. So you can consider it that way. I always prefer to choose Burpsuit because of its efficiency. But for session hijacking, there's another tool that we have to consider, which is BetterCap. So I will definitely teach you this one. So it's a Linux tool. So we are switching to Parrot. Okay. So in here, we'll type BetterCap -H, which will actually show us the help menu for BetterCap -H. Shows all the commands that we can work with in BetterCap. In the terminal, we type BetterCap -iface eth0. iface specify the interface to bind with, to work with. So BetterCap -iface. Oh, there is a space actually. iface eth0. You go. Now it opened up this kind of like an interface for me, which is a BetterCap interface. It's like really cool. Next, we type net.probe on and press enter. This module netprobe will send different type of probe packets to each IP in the current subnet so that we can detect them later. So this will like confirm if the IP is actually responding. So this will send the probe packets, net.probe on, and net.recon on will collect those packets. This module is responsible for periodically reading the system ARP table and detect new hosts on the network. The NetRecon module displays the detected active IP addresses. In real time, this module will start sniffing network packets. This is what exactly this will do. NetRecon is on. Okay, it says it's already running. Okay, fair enough. No problem. Next, we will set the HTTP proxy SSL strip true. It enables SSL stripping. Okay, for those who don't know what is SSL stripping, it's very interesting. Take a look. So this is HTTPS, right? We know that HTTP part works on port 80, and we know that SSL works on port 443. So how do these both of the ports work at the same time for a single service? I'll explain you. So your basic website that works on HTTPS have the service hosted on port number 80, right? And the SSL is on port number 443. So when a client requests on port number 80, it goes to 443, verifies the certificates, and then from 443 the response goes back to the client. So 80 never responds back. 80 just forwards a request to the SSL server, and from the SSL server it goes back to the client. So this is how it actually works. But when we are talking about an attack called SSL stripping, what we are basically doing is we are blocking this request that was going on port number 443. We are basically blocking it, sending it to another, pseudo SSL, which is actually not an SSL service. So nothing happening here. And from there, we send it back to the client. But now the SSL is stripped down. So instead of HTTPS, it will be just HTTP. Here, this was HTTPS, of course. But in this case, it will be just HTTP. So this way, we can actually strip down the SSL layer, and that is done with the help of this module in BetterCap, which is http proxy.ssl strip. It can redirect that traffic. So let's make it true. That means we are enabling it. Proxy.ssl strip true, and press enter. Next, we will also start the ARP spoofing. Set ARP spoof internal true. Okay. Set ARP that. Set ARP dot spoof dot internal true. That's the name of the module. Next is ARP spoof target. Then we have to set the target, of course, on which we want to do ARP spoofing. ARP.spoof.target. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Target is our Windows, obviously, 10.11, and then we turn on the proxy, HTTP proxy on. HTTP proxy on. After this, we turn on the ARP spoof and netsniff. A lot of things to do, but yeah, this will be worth it, don't worry. ARP spoof on, net.sniff on. Here you go. Okay. Next, we type netsniff rejects p and this, and press enter. This module will only consider the packet sent with a payload matching with a given regular expression, which is with password. So this will basically identify if there is any packet that is having the string password. So it will only show those packets. So this way it will be easier for us to understand the whole traffic. So set net dot sniff dot rejects p space inverted comma 1 dot star password. That's the syntax. Basically, you have to go through it.
Put equal to and dot plus icon and this. Okay. And press enter. Fair enough. Let everything else keep happening in the background. You just have to type your command. You can observe that Bettercap has started sniffing network traffic now. Let's switch to Windows 11 quickly. And let's switch to Firefox and type here movie scope. Oh, sorry. Moviescope.com. This one? That's right. Okay. Let's go and see what do we have. Oh, oh. Okay, okay. I think we have to change the proxy settings back to normal. We forgot that. What's wrong with it? Okay. Moviescope.com. This is the login page for it. Let's just put any credentials here. I'm gonna put a cache and really strong password, and then I click on login. Okay, don't save. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's incorrect. But when we go on back on Parrot, we got something interesting here. Take a look here. For this, we didn't have to set up any proxy. For this, we didn't have to set up anything at all. All what we did was just use Bettercap and gave it the IP address of our victim. And there we have the results right here. It have my username and it also have my complete password. This is how you can actually sniff inside your network and also hijack into any sessions, because I can see the credentials right here. Next we can quit. This concludes that the demonstration of intercepting HTTP traffic using Bettercap, and this way we can also hijack sessions. Now the question is how you can detect if there's somebody's like trying to hack into your session or somebody's trying to break in. So let's analyze this with Wireshark. So again, they're using the same Bettercap. I shouldn't have turned on my terminal. Anyway, okay. So let's switch to our Windows 11 quickly. Turn on Wireshark here. Oh, I mean, start Wireshark here. Okay. So we switched into our Parrot and we will start the Bettercap one more time. This time not the whole thing, but just to check if it's actually sending any kind of packets that we are looking for. So we'll start the net recon, which will start detecting the network traffic initially. That's what we'll need. So we start better cap iFace ETH0, of course, because of our Ethernet connection. Next, we will turn on the net probe. Net, hold on, net.probe on. Then we do net.recon on. It's already turned or running, so fair enough. Then we turn on the sniffing, net.sniff on. You can observe the Betacab has started sniffing the network on different machines in the network. Fair enough. The sniffing is active now, by the way. We are not. Oh, I misspelled it. So I have to turn on again. There you go. Okay. All right. So sniffing is on. Now it is sniffing in the whole network. So how do we really detect what's happening? Okay. Because if you will see, 10.13 have actually started sending a lot of ARP packets. You see, where is it going? The tell 10.10.1.13. So that address have started to ask for a lot of ARP requests. Betacap sends several ARP broadcast requests to host or potentially active host. A high number of ARP requests indicates that this system is acting as a client for all IP addresses in subnet, which means all the packets in the victim mode will go first to this attacker's machine and then to the gateway. So now basically what's happening is this he's acting as a gateway. Initially, when there are two devices and this is your gateway, they both connect to this device, device 1 and device 2. But here what's happening is this device, which is a hacker, basically, he's trying to act as a gateway that you will be sending it to me and I will send it to the gateway. Now, because he's in between, he's sending a lot of ARP requests to a lot of other devices and try to get information out of them. And this is why these many ARP packets can be seen in Wireshark. And that is what we can observe when we use Wireshark and can analyze that 10.13 is trying to do something malicious here. So this is how you can detect session hijacking in your network. And with that, we come to an end of session hijacking module also. Now let's take a quick break for 10-15 minutes because we already covered two modules. We have a lot of others coming up as well. In the meanwhile, please get a glass of water for yourself. Stay yourself hydrated. If you want, get a snack, stretch yourself a little bit, and we will be back in 15, okay? And if you have any queries, questions, put them in the chat box. We'll continue from where we are leaving. Okay, guys, let's start where we left off. Starting with another module, evading firewall and IDS and honeypots. Okay. So let's understand the actual usage of an intrusion detection system, or IDA or IDS, which is analyst. The goal of an IDA is to find possible attacks against network. And recently we have seen different kind of DOS attacks and DDoS attacks, and a lot of other kind of network-based attacks where an IDS are triggered intentionally. IDS attacks are becoming more sophisticated, automatically reasoning the attack scenarios in real time and categorizing them has become a critical challenge. So in this task, we are first going to detect intrusions using a tool called Snort. Snort is an open source network intrusion detection system capable of performing real-time traffic analysis and packet logging on IP networks. It can also perform protocol analysis and content searching, matching, and is also used to detect various variety of attacks and probes. So how to use it? It's pretty simple. We'll use Windows 2019, and here we have Snort downloaded. So we'll just start installation process here. Give me a second. Okay. So let's begin. In CH tools, in evading IDS and firewalls, we will go into IDS detection tools, Snort. We have the installer. Let's download it and click on I agree. Next, next. Pretty much that's it. Snort has been installed successfully. Okay, fair enough. Done. Once this is done, you simply open Snort. Before you do that, navigate etc folder in specified location. So in snapshot, there is an etc folder here. There is a configuration file for Snort. We just have to copy this into our own, what do you say, in our own installation location where the Snort was installed. In C drive, Snort, etc. This is where we have to put that configuration file. Replace it. Done. Once this file is there, we also have to actually add another file under folder so underscore rules from the same location. This folder so rules. Copy this and in the C drive, go into Snort and just paste it right here. There's also another folder, 3proc rules. Then there is another folder, rules. That's it. Okay, so we'll do it all this at the same time, not one by one. 3proc rules and rules. Simple. Copy and go into Snort, C drive, and paste. If it asks you, just replace them. Simple. Okay. Now we are done. Now right click on the Windows Start icon and just open Snort. Basically, that's what they're asking for. So to open the Snort, we will first do the configuration in CMD, command prompt. It asks us to change our directory into snort/bin. So we go in C snort/bin, dir to check the content. Okay. Type snort and press enter. Snort will initialize. After completion, press Control C and exit.
Okay, so it's like kind of initializing right now. So let's wait for it. We have to wait for this initialization to complete. Well, this is a long scan going on, and this is a long time taking the installation. So we have no option but to wait for it. So let's see.
taking a lot of time. Let's stop this in between. Okay, so once it is done, once it is exited, we will type snort-w and let's see if this works. Okay. Hyphen capital W will actually show you the list of your physical address, your IP address, Ethernet drivers, etc., etc. So here you can see the index for my Ethernet driver is number 1. Okay. To enable the Ethernet driver, we type here snort hyphen dev hyphen I1 and press enter. This will show us some rapid output, which will confirm that the driver is active. Okay, yeah. Initializing snort, initialization complete, fair enough. Okay, good. It's done. Leave the snort command prompt open. In a new command prompt, we will ping google.com. As they say, ping google.com. The ping command triggers a snort alert, and okay, it's supposed to show something here. Why is it not? Okay, you can see there is some input coming in when I ping for google.com. You can see here from my system. Where is it? Yeah. So my system, there is some ICMP protocol that is going out on this particular IP address. That's what I have highlighted. This is a Google IP address basically. So this means it is actually intercepting my network driver, and it's able to work with that. So next we will be configuring the snort configurations. So we will open the snort conf file that we just added into the etc folder of snort. Here we're going to edit this with the editor. We have notepad++. Here it is. Scroll down to step 1, set network variables. Okay, here in the line 41 of snort.conf file, in the home net, replace any with the IP address of the machine, the target machine. Here the target machine is the server 2019. Okay, here in line 41, in the home net any of line 45, replace any with the IP address. Also, the IP address may vary when you perform this task. What does that mean? Anyway, leave the external net any line as it is. If you have any DNS server, you can add DNS server. Here we are. Our DNS server is 8.8.8.8. Line number 51. Here I can add a DNS server. 8.8.8.8. Okay. Next, the same applies to SMTP servers and so on and so forth. So we're going to keep it that way.
Remember that if you do not have any servers running on your machine, leave the line as it. Do not make any kind of changes. Okay, fair enough. You know what? Let's just keep it that way because we don't have any server running. So let's just keep it this way. Scroll down to rule path in line 104. Line 104. Here, where rule path rules. Replace so rules with this location of so rules so that it can locate the file appropriately. This one, you got to replace it. And you also got to replace. Oh, I have to type it. And also for pre-proc rules. There you go. In line 109, 110, 109, and 110. Here also we have to replace it. Navigate to this file and create two text file named whitelist and blacklist ending with text extensions. Okay, fair enough. In rules, I will be creating a new file. This will be white underscore list dot txt, and the other one will be black underscore list txt. Okay, change their txt to dot rules, by the way, so we have to change it. I just forgot. And same goes for the whitelist. There. There you go. While changing the extension, the pop-up, yes, okay, fine, fair enough. Scroll down to step number 4, configure dynamic loaded libraries, line 238. So scrolling down to line 238, right here, configure dynamic loaded libraries, okay. In this section, add the path to dynamic processor libraries. Replace this with your dynamic preprocessor library folder and location. In this task, the processor folder is this one, which is in 243. So we have to replace the location for dynamic preprocessor. Snort lib snort underscore dynamic pre dynamic processor. Is it the right path? Yes, it is the right path. Okay. In 246, replace this with snotlib snot dynamic engine. Okay, that is in 246. These are some of the configuration that we have to make. We can't really skip this.
C colon snort slash lib slash snort underscore dynamic engine slash sf underscore engine dot dll. Okay. Ensure the dynamic rule libraries is commented out as you have already seen line 250. Okay, this is commented out. Add space between the comment and dynamic detection in line 250. Okay, added. Scroll down to step 5, line 253. Let's save it. Line 253, where is it? Okay, what does it say? Comment out all the preprocessor listed in this section by adding a hash and space before each. Okay, we have here this section. Okay, scroll down 326, delete the ISMA keyboard and put a space. 326 actually. There it is. Yeah, this one. Deflate LZMA. Okay, we just have to delete IZMA from here. LZMA and the space. Okay. Scroll down to 513. This one. Configure output plugins. Provide the location of this. So we have to provide these two locations to this part here. Where is it? Oh yeah. Classification.config. So we have to provide a proper location for this one. Yeah. etc slash classification dot. Oh, it's already written actually, so I don't need to provide it. Same goes for the other one. Okay. Next, in 534 output alert, this command orders all logs into the alert.ids file. 534. So we have to add this line actually, output space alert first. We have to add it this way. Output alert first colon alert I.ids. Here we have to add it. Alert.ids. That's it. And a colon at the end. Okay, fair enough. So we have to replace the IP var string with var. So we'll be using Control H, find IP var, and replace it with this variable var. This is not recognized by snort. Replace it with var string and then close the window. So replace all. There are total 11 occurrences, as it says. Of course, we have 11 occurrences. Okay. Click close. Fair enough. Save this configuration file. Saved. In line 21. Oh, we have to open another file here now. Come on, how much? This is the heavy part, I know. We have to open the rules and ICMP info rules. This one. Open this with Notepad++. In line 21, add here alert ICMP dollar external underscore net. Ten dot 10.1.19 G CMP info. Come on. Damn it. Okay, after this, we can close the notepad. All right, now click run cmt snort bin and execute this command. Okay, fine. No, cmd cdc snort slash bin and type here snort hyphen I capital X hyphen capital A console hyphen C An L. Okay. Okay, so we have to replace the X with the device index number that we had. Have it. We're not gonna type it again. CLRR capital D. Okay, it's initializing everything, which is good. We didn't receive an error, which is really good. Fair enough. Snort's not running in IDS mode. It first initializes output plugins, preprocessors, and everything else. If you have entered all commands information correctly, you will receive a comment stating commencing packet processing, which we really just get it right now. Awesome, so everything is going good so far. After initializing the interface and log signatures, it will start and wait for attacks and triggers whenever they will come. Leave the snort open and let's see if it detects the attack or not. So the attacker's machine here is Windows 11. So we're going to switch on that. And here we will try to ping that machine and see if it actually logs our input, what we are trying to make. Okay, let's switch to server 2019 and see if it's actually having any input. Okay, yep, we do have it. You can see there's ICMP ping info that is being registered that is coming from 1.11 to 1.19. Control use not. Okay, we can stop it right here and we can check the logs in this folder. The folder name is 1.11, which is the actual attacker machine which was trying to send this traffic. This means whatever an attacker attempts to connect or communicate with the machine, Snort will immediately trigger an alarm, and this will make you aware of the intrusion and thus take an action. So this is how actually Snort works. You just have to follow all the steps and keep the Snort running on the system. And whenever there will be any kind of intrusion from any source, it will generate a log file for all that input, and will also give you the notification that there is something going on with this particular, device, this particular packet input. So yeah, that was Snort. I know it was really heavy and really long. There's another example for evading firewall, which we'll be doing with Nmap. So we'll switch to Windows 11. And here we will turn on the firewall, which is turned off right now in the control panel. System and security, Windows Defender firewall, and we will use the recommended settings. Click OK, fair enough. Now we can see the firewall is active. Everything is turned on.
Okay. If you click on advanced security, you can also check all the inbound and outbound rules are also active. Everything is turned on right now. Turned on, private profile, everything is turned on. Okay, fair enough. Okay, here we are going to create a new inbound rule. Select the inbound rules, and here we'll be clicking on new rule. So this is like a wizard for new rule creation. So we'll choose the custom rule over here and click next. And in the program section, we'll leave it default. Click next. Here in the protocols, this is where we have to actually put the information here. Okay, we're gonna leave the default as well. Okay. In scope, choose these IP addresses. Which remote IP does this rule apply to? Okay, this one. And then click add. So this is where we'll be adding our target that we want to actually monitor. So it's 10.10.1.13. Click OK. We can also give a range, by the way, for IP addresses, or we can just give it a single IP address. Click next. In the scope section, we can decide what we want to do, the action. Choose block the connection. So this IP will be blocked basically for making any kind of communication. Click next. In this profile, leave the settings just the way it is and click next. In the name section, you can give it a name like block parrot OS, and we can click on finish. Now your rule is implemented. There's a new rule set which is blocking IP addresses coming from, blocking communication that is coming from parrot OS. It's really blocked. Now let's go on parrot security, and here we will try to make an nmap scan. Sudo su tour clear. Make a general nmap scan. Let's see what kind of results do we get. Okay. It should have shown filtered. Why is it showing open? Come on, man. I think I put the wrong IP in by mistake. Let me just check. Block parrot OS in the scope 10.10.1.13.
Okay, let's switch back again and see how it works. Okay, now you can see when it wasn't properly configured, it said that the ports are open, but now after putting on the firewall, it says all 1000 filtered ports are not basically responding. They are all filtered. They are not in any more communication. Even if I try to do the synchronized scanning, put -ss to see if they are allowing to synchronize with me, they would not be allowed for that. We'll also do the intent scan, the aggressive scan. Again, the same thing. We'll now perform something called a ping sweep scan on the subnet to discover live machines. And map ping sweep is -s capital P. Then I'll give the complete subnet /24, and let's see what do we get. You can see 1.19 is active, right? And 1.11 is also active, by the way. So that means these machines are available, but they are just not responding. So there is in Nmap there is something called a zombie scan. So what we'll do is we'll try to do this Nmap scan from another machine on Windows 11. See, this in this way the packets will not be going from my machine, that is 1.13. Instead it will be going from a route of 1.22. So it will work something like this: nmap-sl 10.10.1.22. This will be our zombie machine through which we'll be like communicating, and after this will be the IP for our target machine 1.11. Now let's see if it actually responds, because it is blocking only 1.13, right? But it should actually show for 22. It's actually SI. I'm sorry. Put an L there. Yeah, there you go. Idle scan using zombie machine 22, but this time it's scanned. So even if somebody have blocked you in your network, you can use a zombie scanning technique through which you can actually see what services are active, even if you're blocked. This is one of the most coolest thing about Nmap. So now the we can turn off and we can see this is how you can actually bypass a firewall rule set. This was one of the inbound rules that we just bypassed. We can also do it with HTTP or FTP funneling. Oh, tunneling. Sorry. Let me see. Just a second. Okay. Instead of creating a tunnel, let's use a Metasploit template because this is much more simpler and much more easier to understand. So let's see how we can bypass with a Metasploit template. So we'll be using a payload. We'll create a payload with MSF Venom that we did yesterday. MSF Venom -p for the type of payload, which is Windows slash shell underscore reverse underscore TCP. Then we'll give the L host, the local host IP 13, and then the L port, of course, because somewhere the connection need to come back. 4444 hyphen F for the format of exe, and then we'll write everything out in a file in home slash attacker slash windows.exe. That'll be the name. I'll just name it wind.exe for the sake of it. Now it will generate the payload for me. Now you see this is the payload generated. Now let me open Firefox and just check with VirusTotal. Remember I told you about VirusTotal in the footprinting module that we can also check for files that if something is malicious here. So in virustotal.com, I will upload this malware that I just created, this payload, sorry. It's actually the same thing, call it a malware, call it exploit, payload, they're all in the same category. So it's on my desktop. Suppose you'd my desktop. There it is, win.exe. Confirm the upload, and it's uploading. Okay. You can see already 53 out of 70 antiviruses have already detected this as a Trojan, as a malware. So this means it is detectable, and this does not really work out well. So what we'll do is we'll try to make it undetectable by some tunneling techniques. Let's take a look what we can do. So we'll start editing this particular template in Metasploit. We'll use Pluma, which is our text editor, as I told you before. We'll go into this location slash user slash share. Metasploit framework slash data slash templates slash src ee slash exe template. Okay. I think that is it. Template.c. That's what it's asked for. Okay, and press enter. On this file, in the line 3, change the payload size from 4096 to 4000 and save the editor. So from 4096, let's change it to 4000. I'll tell you what it will do. Now type cd user. Okay, when then we can save it, of course. Get out of it. In this folder, we'll be typing this command in there. I'm not gonna type it all, of course. I'm just gonna put that in my code share platform. This is a command that I have to put in my terminal right here. Okay. Once this is done, it will recompile the standard template. Okay, copy and paste the command. Generate another payload, by the way. Okay, now it is with the name of bypass.exe. And this time we used a template that we have, evasion.exe, that we just created. Now, this evasion basically is to encrypt your payload a little bit more. And let's see if this works out. We'll try to upload this file, which is with the name of bypass.exe in Wireshark. Choose file. Bypass.exe. Open. Confirm upload. Let's see. See, earlier there were total 54 antiviruses that were able to detect. Now it's only 48. See, the purpose of evasion.exe template was just to make your payload a little bit more less discoverable. So when it's less discoverable, that means there are less number of antiviruses that are going to find it. Ultimately, everything is based on the hash value, which is also called the message digest value of that particular entity. So when we change the integrity of that piece of software or piece of code, it also changes the result in antivirus, because antiviruses work on the base of the hash value. So if the hash value is changed, they will not be able to detect it. So evasion.exe template actually changes the hash value. Of course, it is not completely foolproof, but this can definitely bypass a lot of other antiviruses. If you will generate it again with the same template, it will still use another hash value. It will show you even lesser number of antiviruses being able to detect it, and so on and so forth. When you keep on making it, ultimately you will reach a state where you will be able to generate a FUD, which is fully undetectable. So this was a few ways of bypassing some antiviruses and firewalls and IDS. We saw the usage of Node. We saw the usage of Metasploit templates. We also saw how we can bypass through Nmap, how we can evade firewalls through Nmap. And with that note, we come to an end for this module as well. The next module we have is hacking web servers, and there's web application and SQL injection. So these three modules can be taught actually at the same time, they're the same stuff. Let's learn hacking web applications and get done with this.
So in footprinting module, we have actually used a lot of tools in order to gather information about, about websites and applications and see what kind of vulnerabilities exist in them. So we'll be talking about different utilities and their usage to perform different kind of attacks in web applications. So one of them is the first task here at hand is performing a brute force attack using burp suite. So I told you about burp suite. It is a proxy. So let's start using it. So we have to enable the WAMP server initially in server 2022. So let's do that. WAMP server. Let's open it. And this will start running in the background. Right here, you can see we have the WAMP server up and running, which is good. This is like a local host web server that it's a service that runs in your own system. So let's leave it here and switch on to our attacker's machine, the Parrot security. Here we will be opening this link as mentioned in here. This is the login link basically for the WordPress engine that is running on that machine. There you go. Okay, you can see this is the login portal for that web server that is running on the server 22. And now we have to brute force into this login portal. I've told you about this brute force attack before, that how we can actually break into these login portals using dictionary attacks and different kind of stuff. So we're going to use burp suite this time for brute forcing into this system. But before we start with burp suite, we have to configure it along with my browser. There's a certain kind of configuration we have to do, which actually starts with the proxy settings. As I told you, burp suite is a proxy, so we have to configure the proxy settings in Firefox. Click on manual proxy configuration. Give your local host IP 127.0.0.1 and give the port number. Default port number is 8080. Also use this proxy for FTP and HTTPS. Okay. Leave everything as it is. Click on OK, and you are almost done. Now we just have to turn on burp suite, which is pre-installed in Linux. Let that be Kali or let that be Parrot.
It's community free edition, so nothing to worry about. Click OK, and let's wait. So this is the main interface for Burp Suite. We will be working with the proxy tab here on the top. On this proxy tab, all your communication is going to be intercepted, just as the proxy would do. It will intercept the communication in between and let you, it will give you the freedom of actually monitoring what kind of packets are being sent and received in real time. You can stop, edit, modify, and send it. That kind of liberty you will be given here. There are multiple other features of Burp Suite like intruder, repeater, sequencer that will help you also modify and use packets and manipulate the packets in other ways for testing and security purposes. So in this case, our burp suite is configured already because we just got the proxy settings connected. Proxy listener is working on the same IP and the port that we just gave. We also have to configure the certificates for burp suite that is necessary for the browser so that it can open the websites efficiently. For that, you just have to go on the Firefox, type here http://burp and press enter. Here they have given the CA certificate on the very top. You just click on that and download the certificate. Save file. Okay. Now go back in your settings and look for certificate. Click on view certificates. Click on import certificate at the bottom and import the certificate that you just downloaded, the cert.der. Open this, check mark both of these options of trusting the CA identities and click on OK. Click OK and you are done. WebSuite is completely configured now with your browser to work with. So we are going to synchronize them both. Here we are going to brute force in the user input for username and password. It's very simple. So you see Burp Suite have already started detecting Firefox browser, which is good. I'll turn off the intercept as of now. I don't want it to capture any packets currently. Okay. So when I turn on the intercept, now it is in a mode of capturing the packets. I'll go back on my browser, put here the credentials like admin, user, whatever, doesn't matter, random credentials, and click on login. When I do that, Burp Suite have captured this request. You can see in the background here. It shows the header information and the details for the packet that what is being captured. And the Burp Suite is acting weirdly. So at the bottom of this whole packet, you can see here this detail, which is actually carrying my login username and my password. So there are two variables, variable log and variable pwd, which actually carries my credentials. So if I'm going to put a dictionary of, let's say, 200 different usernames, I will be putting it on the variable log so that it can carry these username to the database, right? And similarly for the password also, I'll be putting it on the pwd variable so that they can take it to the database and check if any of these passwords or usernames are valid. How am I going to do that? I will tell you that. Take a look. So we have to send this res- uh, this request to our intruder
Intruder is a gangster in burp suit. He just gets in between and do damages, breaks everything down. It's a very aggressive tool. So in order to send this packet, this request to intruder, we'll just make a right click anywhere on the white screen here and click on send to intruder. You see that? You can also get this option from here. Click on action and click on send to intruder. It will send it. You can see the intruder is active now. He just got that something had just came to me. And here we have the packet target information. There is some options on the very top. You can see here target, position, payload, resource options, right? You just click on position, and here you can see all the positions for all the variables that are being taken to the database. So our target is only two variables, the log and pwd. So we just want to target these two variables. Rest we can leave alone. We don't want them. So I'm going to click on clear on this right hand panel. It will clear them all. And I'll individually select the variables which I want to target. This one, add. Oh, sorry. Selecting admin, click on add, selecting user, which is for password, and add. Now only these two are highlighted, and this is where my dictionary will attack with different usernames and password. But again, how would Burp should know like where is my dictionary, what kind of dictionary I'm going to use? So for that, I will be providing a list of payload. Give me a second. Okay. So we have to give the payloads to the Burp suite. How we are going to do that? Click on payloads on the very top after position. Here we can select the kind of payloads that we want. We have some word list available in our directory, so we're gonna use it. Let's go in places, network, Windows network. Oh, oh, okay. In desktop, there it is. CH volume 12, hacking web applications. There is word list, password and usernames. So we're gonna give two different payloads, one for the username and one for the password. So we are going to load this thing in Burp suite. See how I'm going to do it. So there is a payload set of 1 and set 2. Set 1 will be for the first position, which is for username, and payload set 2 will be for the second position. So I will select 1 and I will load this username list from the location in desktop where I have the list actually. Hacking web applications, word list, username. See, I just got the list of usernames in here. It's a long list, right? Next, I'll select payload set number 2. And I'll load the password list now from the same place. Damn it. Okay, I have the password list now. Once I have everything in position and everything is configured properly, what I will do is start the attack. Now, when I click on start attack, it will open a new small little window here. Warnings, click on ignore. Doesn't matter, click OK, and it will start the attack. Now let's just wait for the attack to complete.
Okay, now it's starting the attack, so let's wait for it to complete. Okay, so the scan is finished, you can see, and we have got some results based on the permutation of usernames and passwords. Now, the question here is that how are you actually going to differentiate in the result? Because you can see there are so many permutations that just got created from the list of passwords and username that we gave. And the status for all of them is 200, which is a status for OK. Only one of them have a different status, which is 302. If you also look at the length, everyone have a length of 7,000 bytes, but only this one have a length of only 1,200 bytes. Now this is different. That means there is a possibility that this could be the potential result, because we have to somehow be able to classify between the right and the wrong permutation. So this is one way of doing it, by bifurcating in the status and the length of the packet. That means this credential could possibly be the username and the password. So let's try now for admin and QWERTY at 123. Before we proceed, we will just turn off the proxy so it does not intercept any more connections. And here with admin username, I'll put the right credential, and let's see if you are able to log in. There you go. We have the login access now. So we just are able to log in with that credential. That means the brute force actually worked out. The only issue here is that you have to have a proper username and password list. Let's say if I have a really unique username or maybe a password that looks something like this: cow ate my milk, and I can replace the O with a 0, E with a 3, MI with a 1. And I make it more complex by adding hashtag mine 1N307. Now, this is the most complex password ever that could exist, and this is something you cannot even guess in your dreams. So the point here is that having a complex password is one of the biggest issue with brute forcing, because you cannot have it in any pre-assumed dictionary. Dictionaries have some common passwords or some potential password that can be, uh, ex- you know, that can be having a potential of being a proper credential, but it cannot have such kind of complex password that you have customized it by yourself. So brute forcing is a good alternate method for brute, or bypassing the login and authentication for those websites who have a possibility of having default credentials. But if somebody's using a customized credential, then definitely you cannot bypass that. Then there is no scope for that kind of thing. Now we also look at parameter tampering with burp suit. Okay, let me just tell you, burp suit in its own is a masterpiece when it comes to web application testing. So burp suit is a really long topic. If I just start teaching right now, I can take at least 4 to 5 classes on that itself. So I have an additional video of my own, wherein I have just like described how to use burp suit. It's almost like a 1 hour and 40 minutes long. I will share that video in the drive links that I'll share at the end of this course. So you can also have a look at it if you want more expertise in burp suit. In that video, I've like extensively described how you can use every single feature of burp suit and how to configure it, how to make it more uh, comfortable and efficient to work with. There are certain kind of extensions you can add in burp suit. So I have explained everything in that video. So you'll be having it. So you don't worry, don't feel overwhelmed with this burp suit. In CEH, they have just covered the baseline information of burp suit so that you can get an introduction to it. But again, you have to do your own research. So let's understand parameter tampering with burp suit. So for this, we'll switch back to our DoS. Actually, we are already in it. And we'll open a website here, which is http moviescope.com. It's movies scope, I guess. I forgot the www. There you go. Now, once we have this burp suite setup configured with our browser, we'll see how we can tamper the parameters here. Hmm. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna open burp suite here. Intercept turned on. Getting back to login. Here I'm gonna put some random credentials like John, Vic, username, and I will click on login. This will capture the request in our burp suite. There we have it. The login and the username and a PWD are the two variables which are actually taking our login request. Oh, we have to log in with the registered user. Oh, my bad. I think we have to do it again. Okay, let's go back in the browser. Movie scope. The registered user address is Sam and test. Okay, fair enough. Login. Going back to burp suite. Okay, so we will be forwarding these requests. So here's what you can do. It is intercepting every single request and response that is being, that is incoming and outgoing of your browser. Here you can either forward this particular packet or you can drop it. If you drop it, then it will not move on further. If you forward it, then definitely you will be getting the next packet in line and so on and so forth. So when I click on forward, it will give me the next one. And we have to keep forwarding. Sorry, forward. Come on. What's wrong with it? Okay, forward, forward, and forward. We have to keep it forwarding until we log in. That means until we don't get any more packets. There we go. We are done. That means it must have logged in already now. The hell is wrong with this? Sorry, guys. Forward, 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 forward until we log in. Keep forwarding. Okay, yeah, it logged in. Fair enough. Now, now we have seen that the login credentials were captured by WebSuite for sure. After you click on View Profile, switch back to WebSuite. Okay, click on View Profile here, and let's switch back to WebSuite. Okay, here we have the request for View Profile thing. Okay, now let's turn on the inspector icon here. Hold on a second. We need this request captured slash view profile dot aspx. We might have to forward this one. Okay, this is the one that we need. And for this one, we'll open the inspector on the right. We can see we have query parameters here. And one of the parameters is ID1. You can observe the name and the value columns. Double click on the value and click on the arrow. Okay, you can see it this way. We can change the value from 1 to 2, and let's see how does it actually make any difference. Number 2, click on apply the changes, and now you can see in this tab as well, in this packet, the ID just got changed on the very top right here. ID equal to number 2 now. And now when I forward this, I logged in as Sam. As you remember, the credentials that I used was for Sam, and I used test as a password for Sam, but that was ID1. But now I change the ID to number 2. Let's see what this will do. Now that I forward this packet, forward, 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 forward all of them that matter. Okay, and now switch back to the website. Now you can see the profile for John came up. You see why this happened was because I just changed and um, modified the parameters for identity. Now there are many parameters that can be modified. This can be for usernames, this can be for passwords. All these are all called parameters. Now these parameters hold information that can be user specific. So even if I don't have the credential for John, I logged in from my user account and I just changed the ID number. The ID number can be guessed because if this was a single number ID, right, like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, what if the ID was an 8-digit character? Then definitely I have to check like how the IDs are being assigned and how I can guess and I can create a new identity for another user and can log into their session. This also is a type of session hijacking because I just hijacked into the session for John by being Sam. This was one way of parameter injection. We can also identify XSS vulnerabilities with pawn XSS. XSS is short for cross, sorry, site scripting. Cross-site scripting attack is based on JavaScript. The JavaScript that runs in your browser. JavaScript is only a client-side language. It only works on your browser on the client side. It never works on the server. So with JavaScript attacks or with XSS attack, you cannot actually manipulate the server, but you can definitely manipulate the client. So we'll see how this works and how we can actually identify XSS vulnerabilities in a website with this extension called Pawn XSS. Let's take a look at that. So this tool is already installed in our Kali, well, in our Parrot. So let's just take a look at it. It's in our terminal. It's responding really slow. It's literally a test of patience, nothing. Okay, so we will go into this directory pawn XSS. There we have these kind of scripts already available. It's a Python script, so we're gonna run with the Python command. Let me make it full screen. Okay. Python 3 xsr.py. We give a URL that is going to be our testing website. It's a simulation website, which is testphp.vulnweb.com. It's a simulation website created for the sole purpose of security testing. So it is all legal if I'm going to test in there. I'm not breaking into anyone's security. So it will start checking the XSS vulnerabilities automatically. Is it connection failed? Really? Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's VULN web. My bad. Yeah. Okay, this is the correct one. See, it's working now. So we can see a lot of URLs being shown, and with the criticality as well, like if it's critical or not, checking the connection and searching for different XSS attacks. So here, start scanning and displays the identified vulnerable website links as shown in the screenshot. Whatever is critical as shown over here, it is a link that can be copied and pasted and checked. Let's see here. Come on, just stop now. Finally, it stopped. Okay. So whatever is critical, you see, it says detected XSS get at this link. I will copy this link and I'll open this in the browser. Let's see what do we get here. I have to fix the browser first because the proxy is still active by Burpsuit. Turn off the proxy. Done. Okay. Now I can paste that URL in here that I just copied from the terminal. Let's see what do I have. When I click on submit query, let's see what it gives. Well, there's nothing here. Let's try another one. Well, I swear right now my hands are not even touching anything right now. It's just like scrolling on its own. I don't know what's wrong with it. Their machine is like responding really slow, and this is totally unacceptable. Okay, let's try this one. You know what, guys? Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll continue with it. I really need to reconfigure this machine. Let's take a 10 minute, 15 minutes break and then we'll continue. We are not being able to do it. This is how it's going to work. Okay, so let's continue where we left. We'll switch to proxy in burp suite, and I have here a small little lab here called DVWA, which is short for Damn Vulnerable Web Application. These DVWA can be considered as a simulation for web application testing. It have various kind of vulnerabilities that we can learn from for by practicing how they would really work in a real time scenario. So we have seen brute force. I will be showing you a demonstration for XSS. So as I told you, it's a JavaScript based attack based on JavaScript. And as you know, JavaScript works only on client side. So that is one of the biggest limitations, that it does not attack on the server side. For server side, we have something called an SQL injection that we'll learn in a few minutes. So for this, you need to know the very basics of JavaScript. I mean, you don't need to excel at it at the very first session itself, but definitely you need to learn how the syntax work. So a JavaScript syntax work in script tags in a web application. Here, whatever I'm going to put will be considered as a JavaScript function. There are certain kind of syntaxes that can be used to interact with the client. So developers basically add JavaScript for various kind of purposes. They can add it for animation, probably for, you know, to communicate with the user, to take inputs, to take clicks and everything like that. So all those functionalities are executed with JavaScript. Now, how are we going to use it to hack, basically? So there are certain functions in JavaScript which basically help us to, you know, take out information out of the web page. So there is a function which is alert function. This is basically created to make a pop-up. Let's say I want to pop up hello user. This JavaScript function will be basically will be opening up a pop-up window on the user side. But the question is, where are we going to execute this? There is no such place written that you can execute it here. So if I give you a sample, it says what's your name and then submit. So if I click on if I type my name in there, Akash, and I click on submit, you can see at the bottom it says hello Akash. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. It says at the bottom it says hello Akash, and on the top here it is taking it in the variable of name. There goes my name in there. Whatever input I make in this box is going directly as it is, and is also represented on the screen. That means my input is making some sort of changes on the screen. This can be considered as a search bar, could be anything. So if I put my put a message in here like alphanumerical stuff, you will see it is taken as it is in the URL and also shown it on the web page. So what if I put a script here? So let's say I will put this script that I just created, this one script, and click submit. You see now it is making a pop-up of hello user, and I click on OK. It now shows the web page. So that means it is creating a message alert on the web page every time I execute the script. Now, what if I'm able to execute the cookies of this particular website in this script? Take a look. I'm going to modify this script by writing alert document.cookie. See, I know all this because, of course, I know JavaScript, but you can understand that you need definitely JavaScript basic fundamental knowledge on how you can use it for creating XSS attacks. I'll share you some study material for JavaScript also and for SQL as well. So don't worry about that. You'll have ample amount of things to learn from. Okay. Once done, click on submit and see it is now showing me the cookie information. It is showing me the PHP session ID, which is a critical credential for a user. If I know your session ID, I can manipulate my session to log into yours. So if I am logged in as a cache with session ID, which is 001, and if let's say Chad is logged in with session ID 002, if I know it's number two, I can change mine to number two and I can log into their session. We have seen parameter tampering, and that can be done in order to manipulate the web page to log into other accounts or maybe other identities. So with this session ID, I can do different kind of stuff, and I can even make JavaScript programs that long, which can even send this session ID to one of my servers, and I can save it in a log file. All kind of stuff can be done with JavaScript because JavaScript is not a small thing. You can do a lot of other vulnerabilities, exploitation with JavaScript on a web page. Client side access can be definitely manipulated with JavaScript and XSS in short. So that was the relevance for XSS. Next, we have the module for SQL injection. Take a look here. We'll also take a look into it real quick. Okay, so let's understand SQL injection. See, SQL is a language for databases. I don't know if you have ever created a database or worked with SQL before. SQL is short for structured query language, which is basically to interact with the database and communicate and pass on your commands. Your database is created on this language itself, and this is one of the most simplest languages to learn if you are a beginner. Now, SQL injection is a technique where you will be adding scripts of SQL directly into the database and try to manipulate it into giving out some information. That is SQL injection. See, in short, if I tell you, complete web application can be summarized in this example. The client and the server communicates with each other in the form of parameters. These parameters take input from the client, gives it to the server, and based on this input, they also get a response from the server. Now, what the client can do, if the client is a hacker, basically, the hacker can manipulate these inputs and can manipulate the responses that are coming from the server as well. 80% of web application attacks are based on this simple principle of parameter tampering. And these parameters can be manipulated to any extent. Now, this can be for databases, this can be for session IDs, session hijacking, this can also be for command executions, for exploiting different vulnerabilities, for authentication bypass, could be anything, because ultimately your information is being carried out with a parameter. Now it's up to, now that is what takes time, because we have to invest a lot of time in discovering which parameter is vulnerable. That's the whole game. We can learn easily how to exploit the vulnerabilities, but what is going to take time is discovering and finding the parameters which are actually vulnerable, because not all parameters are going to be vulnerable to your attacks. Some parameters might not be interacting with the database in the way that you want. So we have to keep on finding the appropriate parameters so that we can execute the attack accordingly. And SQL, 95% is based on finding the parameter, rest 5% is just the script execution. That's it. Now, performing SQL injection attacks is very simple. So I'll be showing you this with a tool. Just give me a second. Yeah. Okay. So for this, I'll switch into path security here. And our target is going to be this website, moviescope.com. Just a second, guys. Okay, fine. So let's begin with it. Uh, moviescope.com. Let's open this in our browser. Okay. We will log in with the default credentials. We know about it already. Salmon test. Okay. Click on view profile. Here you can see on the top there is a parameter ID equal to 1. Now we are basically going to test the SQL vulnerability with this parameter. For testing SQL, we will also need the cookie. So we can get the cookie by inspector element right here. In console, I will simply type here document.cookie. This is the complete cookie for this website. So let's keep it that way for now. I'll open a terminal and I will type here the SQL map command. This is a tool basically, SQL map, which is used for SQL injection. Type SQL map -u to provide the URL. So let me just copy the URL. Then we will provide the cookie that we have. Okay, I haven't copied the cookie yet. Let me just copy. Okay, this was the cookie. Next, we will put --dbs. Now, what this command will do is it is basically going to use this URL. Now, because this URL will only be visible after you log in, right? And how would you log in SQL map? Because it's a CLI command. You cannot log in into a CLI mode, right? So for that, we have to give an authenticated cookie, which I just got from my own session. When I provide this cookie, it will confirm to the SQL map that this is an authenticated session. And later I will ask a --dbs. This switch will basically extract the database details of the website moviescope.com. So let's see how it works. Oh, I think I misspelled cookie. Oh, there we go. Let's wait for the complete. If it asks you any kind of this kind of question, see, SQL map have its own way of working, right? Have its own scripts, and there's a lot of configurations that you might have to do. But SQL map is intelligent enough to use the appropriate exploits and scripts for the best for your target. So if you don't want to answer yes or no every time for all the script that SQL map is going to use, you can simply type hyphen hyphen batch at the end. This will redact the manual interruption that you have to input every time. It will automatically choose the default credentials or default scripts that is supposed to be used and will not interrupt the scanning. So it will be uninterrupted now. Okay. So this is the database information that we can see. Now it have discovered the name of databases. Now SQL database somewhat looks like an Excel sheet. There are rows and then there are columns in that database which have certain information like name and address, also phone number, stuff like that. And this will be serial number 01, 02, 03. Here will be your name, your address, your phone number, and so on and so forth. The information will be stored. So this is in the form of tables and rows and columns. So this is one of the database that we have, and there are total like six or seven, nine databases in total. So we have to analyze and check appropriately which one should we work with. Here we are working with MovieScope website, and they have a database with the name of MovieScope itself. So we'll choose this database. In the previous command, instead of hyphen hyphen dbs, I'll put hyphen capital D, and then I'll put MovieScope, the name of the database, and then I'll take out the tables. Now, database have different tables in which they stored information, and in this table there will be information regarding MovieScope database. So let's enumerate that as well.
So for this table, we got different, you can say, results. We have customer login and user login. One of the most important details will be here in this table, of course. So if I have access to user login, definitely I can see the content for the credentials like user names and user passwords. So to extract this, in the previous command, we did -d movie scope for database allocation. Now assigning the name of the table capital T user profile, and the hyphen dump will basically dump out all the information in all the columns and rows of this table. So this will basically dump out all the information regarding the username and password. So there we go. Now let's wait, and there we have it already. It was really fast. So you can see these many users are there on this particular web server. There is one with the name Sam. These are the emails, these are the usernames, and where's the password? Oh, the password is not here, I guess. Okay, no problem. So we have this information for different usernames. We have this right here. Next, we can also actually extract the passwords from the passwords profile from the table. Give me a second. Give me a second here. It should have got the passwords also. Those are weird. Let's try again. Same result. Hmm. I think their database is not properly configured for this one because as per their screenshot, they are supposed to get the password also. So this is weird because we are executing the same command. And if it's not working, then definitely there's something wrong with them. But this is pretty much how you do it. This is exactly how you extract all the databases on the tables. Okay, actually, we did extracted the table user profile, but there's another table with the name user login just above it, and we were supposed to do that one. So I think it's on me. So the table that we'll extract now is user login instead of user profile. And now we'll get the credentials, of course. There we go. You can see the username is Sam, admin, and password. John is also an admin. Keddy is not an admin. Steve and Lee are also not the admins. So we got the credentials for all the users that exist in this particular database. And this is exactly how SQL injection works in a real case scenario. You just have to find the parameter that will be, vulnerable to SQL. You can test all the parameters one by one, and we can also use cookie. I just showed you how to do it. And rest is just 5% of script execution with SQL map. Now, how to detect SQL injections with different tools? One of the tool is damn small SQLi scanner, DSSS. Let's see how we can use it. It's a tool in Parrot itself, so we'll just switch into it. The directory. We have this Python script here for DSSS.py. So we'll run the script and see how it works.
Python3d.py. You can see it's showing us different kind of options. Okay, so here DSS will basically scan for the places where you can actually find SQL vulnerabilities. SQL map is to exploit that vulnerability, but DSS is just to find where the vulnerability may exist. So for that, you need to provide the exact information that you provide to SQL map, just like we did the last time, but this time the tool is different. Okay. Instead of the hyphen hyphen DBS and hyphen hyphen batch, we'll be giving out the same information like cookie and the URL. But instead of SQL map, we're going to use the DSS tool. We give the URL, we give the cookie, and we press enter, and it will automatically scan. You can see it says the ID is actually vulnerable. The get parameter ID appears to be blind SQLi vulnerable. That means it can be exploited. Possible vulnerabilities found. So DSS can also be used for finding if there is an actual vulnerability that exists in the particular URL. You can try multiple URLs with this one and then actually perform with SQL map. See, the reason why we don't directly switch to SQL map is because SQL map is a very offensive tool. It is the sole purpose of using SQL map is to exploit the database. And this can be in the scope of the guidelines by the client that you cannot use any exploitation tool for testing purposes. So here we have DSS, which is a tool that is used for testing purposes only, and it does not exploit anything. It just find the vulnerability and highlight it for you. Whereas if you use SQL map, it can be considered as a illegitimate attempt to hack into their database, which of course is not advised. So this is the tool that can be used for testing out the vulnerability. So that was all about SQL map as well. Now we have four topics here. They are really small actually. Hacking wireless, hacking and IoT are really small. Cloud computing is also really small. The two long topics are cryptography and mobile platforms. So let's do one thing. We still have more than 2.5 hours now. So let's take a 10 minutes, 20 minutes break, a 10, 15 minutes break, and let's continue with the rest of the topics. If you have any other questions, you can put them in the chat box as well. Thank you. Target wireless network. We have gathered enough information to launch an attack full-fledged. We can carry out different type of attacks, including Wi-Fi encryption, cracking, WEP, WPA, so on and so forth. WEP encryption is used for wireless network, but it has several exploitable vulnerabilities. When seeking to protect a wireless network, the first step is always to change your SSID from the default, because default credentials are always vulnerable to some of the vulnerabilities, especially password cracking. So in this module, we'll start first with cracking a WEP network using a tool called AirCrackNG. Okay. For this, let's move on to our Parrot OS. Okay. So in Barrett, we have a few sample packet capture files that we'll be working with on our desktop in module 16, hacking wireless networks. Sample captures, there we have it. Now let's crack some WEP packet capture files that we captured either via Wireshark or any other tool. So we'll be using aircrack. We'll type aircrack-ng. Oh, my bad. Type /home /attacker/desktop sample captures. And the file is WEP crack 01.pcap. It's actually the cap. Okay. By issuing the above command, aircrack will give the WEP key of CHLab as shown in the screenshot. In real life attack, attacker will use this key to connect your access point and join the target network. Once they enter a target network, they can use scanning tools such as open to scan for open devices and perform vulnerability analysis and stuff like that. This is the key that we found here. This concludes how we can crack WEP network using aircrack. Now let's also look into WPA2 network using aircrack. Okay, before starting this task, we need to configure our access point. CSLab to work in WPA2 mode. Okay, in order to capture wireless traffic, a wireless adapter is required. Using an adapter in the iLabs environment is not possible. Therefore, in the lab, we are using sample capture files to crack WPA key. So we have another WPA key here that can be captured in a wireless testing environment, which is with aircrack-ng -a2. I'll explain what this is. -b. -b is the target BSS ID, and here our target BSS ID is also given. 20 colon E5 colon 2A colon E4 colon 38 colon 00. Okay. And -w to give the address for our word list that will be used to crack this particular WPA2 crack key. /home hacker desktop word list. Okay, we need to copy the word list location here as well. Word list here now. Password.txt. And after this, we have to give in 2 colons the actual capture file that we will be using for cracking. Home, attacker, desktop, sample, WPA2, crack file, capture file here. There we go. Now press enter and let's see what happened. Oh, we need to remove this. There we go. Okay. You can see it cracked the password for us. Now here in that command, A2 is basically, A is a technique used to crack the handshake, and 2 is the WPA technique that we are going to use. A defines what technique you want to use, and technique number 2, which is the WPA. Then -B is for the BSSID, which is the basically the identity name of your router, your Wi-Fi. And W is for the word list that we are choosing. And it cracked the password for me for WPA2 key as well, which is password 1. That is how the key is found. That is how you actually crack the WPA and WPA2 keys in a wireless network in a packet capture environment. Next, we will work with hacking mobile platforms. Okay. So majority of number of people use smartphones these days, and we have either two kind of them. Either they are based on Android or they are based on iOS. So Androids are open source platform, whereas iOS is something which is a commercial platform that owned by Apple. Android is owned by Google and made it open to public to make as many modifications they want to their running environment. And our tablets, a lot of IoT devices also work on Android sometimes. And in organizations, there is a criteria which is called the BYOD criteria, bring your own device criteria, wherein they can candidates or even employees can bring in their Android cell phones, which are also prime targets of the attack. Android is easily hackable because the applets that can be created for Android is really simple, and it requires the least amount of expertise to create a Android payload or Android malware. So we'll see how we can do that. We're going to hack an Android device by creating binary payloads using Parrot Security. We have an Android simulation here in this lab as well, so we're going to use that one. So we are going to hack with Parrot, of course, and we'll create a payload in MSF Venom as it just as soon as it opens. Okay. We'll type MSF Venom hyphen P for the payload. This time the payload is going to be Android Metasploit reverse TCP. Then we define the platform, which is going to be Android. Then we define the architecture. There are different architectures, and one of them is Dalvik architecture. This is the default architecture in Androids. Then we have to give the L host, of course, 10.10.1.13. And we'll create this in our desktop location. With the name of backdoor.apk. APK is the Android package file that is installed as an application in Androids. So I will create this file right here. It will create it directly in my root directory, as I mentioned, this capital R before writing it out. This R will basically automatically save it in my root directory. Now we'll be sharing this Android file in our Android emulator. So we will use again the Python server. Remember we talked about this. http.server 8080. It is host. Oh, hold on a second. We have our backdoor file here, backdoor.apk, and this is where we'll run our Python server. Now let's switch to the Android emulator we have. It looks like a normal Android device. We have a browser here, and in the browser we will open the portal for Python. We have backdoor.apk. We will download this APK that can be installed in this Android device. Chrome needs storage access. Okay, allow. Download anyway. Downloading and open. Oh, before I open and install it, let's start a listener there because, of course, we need it. I'll open a new terminal. And we'll start the Metasploit console here. Okay, we have the console up and running. We'll use the exploit. Guess what? Multi-handler. Exploit multi-handler, because incoming connections coming in. We will set the payload that we used. Set payload as Android meterpreter reverse underscore TCP. And next we will give it the L host that we have provided. Then we'll provide, actually the port was by default, so let's keep it that way. Let's click on show options. All right. Now let's start this listener. And see if it actually responds. Now we'll switch to Android, and they downloaded it and open it. Okay, switch to Android. We have downloaded the file already, and we will just install it. You can see installation here. Click on install. It'll start installation. Got it. Install anyway. And click on open. Main activity has stopped. Okay. We'll go back to our target, our attacker, Parrot. It didn't open. Why was it stopped? Let's try it again. This app is installed. Okay. Click on Parrot now, and let's see. We still don't have. Hmm. Is it not opening Metasploit? It's what the hell is wrong with this? Okay, we have a shell active. Let's go to session 1. Sessions 1. Oh, come on. Okay, you know what? Let's start from the very beginning. This is bullshit. It's wasting time unnecessarily. Okay, I'll quickly create a malware here, the same payload. I think there's something wrong with this payload. Probably we can use another method of androrat. That will be a better option. Their machine is having some sort of a bug due to which I'm not just able to escalate it or even share it for that matter. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this one. Exploit an Android platform through ADB using PhoneSploit. This will be a better, I think, example. So for this, we'll be using the tool that they have, PhoneSploit. Here we have all the scripts for PhoneSploit, and we'll run the Python program. There is a dependency that we have to install, which is Colorama. Here the dependency is already present. Let's see if it is already present in this lab. Okay, it's already satisfied. Good. So now let's execute Python 3 PhoneSploit. Okay, let's wait for it. Okay, when you have this kind of an interface, we'll be selecting option number 3, which is connect to new phone. Press enter. Then we need to give the phone IP address, where in our case, which is 10.10.1.4. So let's wait for it. Okay, enter the phone IP address. Now we will type 10.10.1.14. Now it is connected. And it's connected to a port number 5555. Okay. Now, in order to make an access on a phone, like to get an access, shell access, the option number 4 here says access shell on phone, right? It's option right here, number 4. So I'll type number 4, press enter, ask me the device name to be entered here. I'll just give the IP address. And after that, it just got the shell for me. When I do PWD, it shows me the actual location. And when I do ls, it shows me the list of the files that are in my phone, by the way. Now, this is where I'm connected to my phone. When I type CD SD card, which actually is the location for your memory storage, ls, You can see there are different folders like alarm, Android, DCIM, download. These are all the folders for your files, whatever you store in your Android device. CD, DCIM. Come on. I don't know why is it acting up like this, especially when we have very less time. Okay, I think I just dropped the connection. Now it's connecting back again to the Android. So, okay, there we have the Android active. Okay. Again, we go into SD card. Shows all the list of files here. So here you are basically interacting directly with your phone's core system, and we can execute and download commands. I mean, download files and utility whatever is stored in this device storage directly from our terminal. If I go back in pictures, we do have screenshots here. It's a directory. Oh, sorry. Here, there's nothing. Okay. Similarly, this way I can basically download, upload, or whatever if I want to do with a file just by the simple Linux commands that we have. Like we can use the same Linux commands in this portal that we have here. Additionally, we have all the other options as well, like list all the applications on a phone, number 14, dump system info, number 13, and also restart the server, run an application if you want, uninstall an application if you want. We can do it with Phonesploit. So if I terminate this connection that I have by typing exit, it came back to main menu. And when I type 14, I need to give the IP address. You can see these are the name of all the applications that are installed on that particular system, on that particular phone. Additionally, I can also do system info number 13 for this IP address. Not found. Oh, I think it crashed. No, it didn't. This lab is really buggy, and I would really like for you guys to also perform it on your end once, whenever you get time, because I'm really unable to do it because if I'm trying, it's just not executing anything, which is really frustrating. I have video recordings of this session, especially separate recordings of for like 2 3 hours of Android pen testing only. So I will definitely share that content with you also. You can go through it. It's the same content that we have here in the lab. The drive link I'll share, I'll upload it in there itself. So you'll have that too. So don't you worry about that. Without wasting any more time, because we have modules left, let's now move on to the other module because their lab is buggy. I really can't do much about it. So we have to move on. Okay, now let's talk about IoT devices a little bit. So here we'll start learning about what is IoT basically. IoT is nothing but Internet of Things. These are the devices that contribute to your technology atmosphere. This could be your smart AC, could be your refrigerators, could be anything. The objective of a hacker in exploiting IoT device is to gain unauthorized access to user device and data. A hacker can compromise IoT device to build an army of botnets. And yes, IoT device can also make a DoS attack, but it definitely fairly depends on what kind of device it is and how much bandwidth it holds. So that is what the motive is for a hacker to hack into an IoT device, even though when it is fairly like unusable or like not even worth compromising. This category also include your Alexa, by the way, your Alexa, your Google smart homes, whatever. They are all in the same category.
Okay. So we'll start with gathering information using online fingerprinting tools for IoT devices, especially. Well, here we are focusing majorly on the MQTT protocol, which is machine-to-machine protocol for Internet of Things device. This is a protocol that works in IoT devices majorly. So we're going to log into our Windows. Let's quickly understand a couple of definitions here before we proceed. So MQTT basically is a standard for IoT messaging. It's IoT communication protocol for message and queuing services. It is designed for connections with remote locations that have devices with resource constraint or limited network bandwidth. MQTT is that protocol that helps them connect with each other, and this service is used in majorly in IoT only. So that's what MQTT is. Whereas OASIS is an organization that published MQTT standard, which represents the significant leap in refinement and capability of messaging protocol that already powers IoT. So give me a second. Okay, let's go into our exploit database. You remember that one, exploit DB, and we'll shift to Google hacking database here, which is a part of exploit DB itself. It will show up on the left. DHDB, we shift into that. Here in the search field, I will look for SCADA. Now, if you may wonder what is SCADA, SCADA is acronym for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. It's a computer-based system for gathering and analyzing real-time data and modular control equipment that deals with critical and time-sensitive material and events. This system for gathering information and real-time data is majorly used in IoT devices, and that's why we are working with this one. So there are certain kind of Google hacks that is used for SCADA login and SCADA devices. We can use these, you know, dorks for finding out just the way we have done before. We have used Google Docs for finding different kind of details regarding a particular website and a particular web application. For IoT devices as well, we can use the same platform. Let's say there is a Google Doc here, login entitled SCADA login. This one. Let's use this and see what kind of result do we get. Search Google. There we go. So here you can see the search result appears. Click any link here, any link as per what they say. We will click on the first one. The one they are showing is this one, the Syntax SCADA login page. So this is the login page where you can actually try brute forcing, or you can also try different other kind of attacks for login access. As we have also seen, there was another page that came up which was also having a login like inputs. Now, this can be used for definitely further pen testing purposes. Now, for IoT devices, when it comes to packet capturing, we can still do it with the Wireshark itself. Wireshark works exactly the same way, the way it works for rest of the devices in IoT. I'm sorry, in your network. So Wireshark will capture the packets, and based on the protocol, you can definitely define which protocol is being used for that particular IoT device. Just a second, I'll show you that. The protocol that will be defined for IoT devices will always be MQTT, as it mentions here. MQ Telemetry Transport Protocol, publish message. This protocol defines that this connection or this packet is coming from an IoT device, which further can be monitored and visualized based on based on that current scenario, what you're trying to test for. Next, when it comes to cloud computing, there is also very limited actually in this module. Let me show you in this one. Okay. Now, talking about cloud computing, it is one of the emerging technologies that delivers computing services like online business application, online data storage, and stuff like that. Security administrators claim that cloud systems are more vulnerable to DoS assaults because they involve numerous individuals or clients, making DoS assault potentially very harmful. Because of high workload on a flooded service, these systems attempt to provide additional computational power to cope with the workload. So that is why cloud computing is necessary. It is necessary to secure the cloud computing environment as well. It refers to an on-demand delivery of IT capabilities in which IT infrastructure and applications are provided to subscribers as metered services. Just like this platform that we are working with, this lab is also a cloud network itself that we have connected with. So there are three major tasks that we'll perform here. Perform S3 bucket enumeration using various S3 bucket tools. So let's take a look at it. Before we continue with it, let's understand what is an S3 bucket for those who don't know. So S3 buckets are public cloud storage containers for objects stored in a simple storage service. And S3 buckets can be linked to a file folder and objects object storage. So these are storage containers for a specific web application or a web server that can be used for, of course, data storage, as the name says. So we'll see if we can actually enumerate these S3 buckets with some tools. There is a tool in Parrot, which is lazy S3 master. We have the script here. It's a Ruby script. Ruby is also one of the programming languages, by the way. So here we'll be executing this Ruby script with, of course, the Ruby runtime program. When you execute it, will start running this list of public S3 buckets that are available. You can press Z, Control Z to stop it. These are publicly available buckets, by the way. You can search this S3 bucket for a specific company also. You can give it a target. Let's say I want the S3 bucket for a specific company like HackerOne. We'll go on the internet and start finding S3 buckets with this company for specific. There are total 9,000 buckets available for this one. I can also do it for Uber if I want. Found bucket Uber 403. There is also another tool. There's only one bucket for Uber, by the way, so it's just showing one. Next, there is also a storage container S3 scanner, which is S3 scanner, of course. We have the S3 scanner file here. It is a Python program, so I'll type Python S3 scanner. And then we'll give a text file sites.txt. This will be the websites for which we'll be scanning for. You can update this website list as per your convenience. Before I execute this command, let's take a look at what is there in this sites.txt. These are 5 websites that are mentioned, and if we run the S3 scanner command here for these 5 websites, kind of result we'll get. There's one bucket for flaws, no bucket for Ars Technica, no bucket for Gizmodo. For Reddit, there's one bucket found, so on and so forth. So you can do various kind of stuff with S3 scanner. You can also dump all the open buckets and log both open and closed bucket in a separate file like found.txt. So basically it will store all this information in that particular file. Now the question is how to exploit these buckets. Even if I'm finding these buckets, how would I exploit it? So we are going to use something called an AWS CLI. We must have an AWS account. We don't have it yet, so we might have to create it. So let's take a look at this quickly as well.
So for this, we need to install AWS CLI in our Linux. Hping3 install. So we already have AWS CLI. So let's continue with it. So we will type AWS configure. It will ask for an access key ID. For that, definitely we need to we need to create an AWS account, a free account, of course. We're not going to pay for it. So we'll go on console.aws.amazon.com. And we will need an email address for this. So I'm going to use a temp mail. So I'll use a disposable email for this one. I've shown you how to use it. Paste it. Next. Create a new AWS account. Verify email address. It will send a mail to my disposable email account here. So let's check that too. I haven't sent yet. Okay. You must have received it now. Anytime. Oh, there we have it. Email verification. 374471. So here we can create our password as well. How do you want to use AWS? It's asked for you all these details. I really don't want to provide all this information, but anyway. Oh, come on. Okay, this is where I am more concerned. So I'm really not going to do it.
I'm not gonna put any of the information in here right now, but you can create your own AWS account, and based on that, you can follow this lab steps if you'd like to do the and like pen testing is this in this case. The problem with cloud pen testing is the only is that the only problem with cloud pen testing is that you need the AWS account here for this, because if you are pen testing with buckets and you are escalating privileges or you're testing any vulnerability, you need to have an account for this. And since we cannot provide it, but you guys can create the account, you can follow all these steps in this lab here, and that way you'll be able to perform it. Moving on, we have our final module, which is cryptography. Now, before I proceed with cryptography module, there is some information I want to give about cryptography from my notes here. Let me just share it. Give me a second. Okay. So there are a few terms that we should know about cryptography before we actually proceed with some examples. An algorithm is just like a recipe or a set of instructions. Think of this as a secret code that you and your friend want to send a message. You both agree and replace each letter in the message with the letter that comes three positions after it. This process of converting the letters is algorithm. If I tell you, let's say my name is Akash, aka ASH, and I want to encrypt it with the simplest format. So I'll make a mathematical calculation that whatever is the letter, let the letter be omega, let the letter be theta, or let the letter be x. So x plus 2. That means A becomes C after two letters, B and C. K becomes M, A becomes C, S becomes U, H becomes IJ. So this will be my encrypted value for this particular string. And this is my algorithm that I used to make this kind of a encrypted value. Now, cipher is also the same thing. Cipher is a specific method of technique to use encrypt or decrypt some information. They are interchangeable words. This X plus 2 algorithm that I just told you, is nothing but a substitution cipher. Well, also there is Caesar cipher, which is also a simple example of it. Here you can see hello becomes core because they are shifting three letters. I shifted only two letters. We are doing it for three. So this is also the same thing. And we have encryption. Encryption is a process of basically converting a message into some unreadable format using a specific mathematical function. Decryption is the reverse process of it, like converting it back into the readable format. Cryptography is like using the secret code to communicate with your friends, as we know. It ensures the message or that data remains secure, and only the people who have the keys for it, they can only see it. Otherwise, nobody else will be able to see it. Cryptanalysis is the study of breaking cryptographic systems or code. It is about how you can analyze the codes that are being given to you and how you can break them down and see the actual content. Then comes the hash, which is a fixed length string of characters generated from data of any size using mathematical function called hash functions. every file have its own hash value, which is basically the definition of its integrity. If a file is created, there is a certain hash value assigned to it, and if there is any modification to that file, the original hash value will change. So if somebody sends you a file and you know the hash value was A, if let's suppose that there was a file that was given to you and its hash value was A, but in transit to you somebody modified in between, okay, and this was maybe a hacker who modified it. But when you receive the file, its hash value could have become, I don't know, H. Now means the integrity of the file have been modified and it is not the same file, and it is impossible to have two files with the same hash value. It is literally computationally impossible for that matter. So you cannot replicate a hash value. It can only be assigned once to a particular single file. It cannot be replicated. That's how hash files are designed. Next concept is for the keys. The key is a secret value used by an encryption algorithm to transform the plain text into ciphertext, and the vice versa. The key is only known to the sender and the intended recipient. Um, the shift number 3 was the key here in the Caesar cipher. Like I said, x plus 2 is my algorithm. 2 is the key, because if they don't know how many shifts they have to make, they will not be able to decipher my uh, encryption, right? So the key 2 becomes the key, and here in this case 3 becomes the key. Salt can be understood as a random data that is added to input of a cryptographic hash function to prevent the same input from producing the same hash again. uh, I'll explain this with an example. We have some practicals based on cryptography, but before we proceed with those practicals, let's take a few minutes break. And this is the last topic remaining, so we'll give enough time to this, and then we'll start our rest of the session. But before we go on break, I want to explain the symmetric and asymmetric encryption. Symmetric encryption uses the same key for encryption as it does for decryption. That means if A is sending something to B, he have a key K1. B also need to have a K1 as well in order to decrypt whatever's being sent, decrypt this particular file. So K1 key needs to be shared with both the cases. That is symmetric. That means the same key is being used by both the users. But in asymmetric, there is something called a public key, and then there is a private key. Okay. So a public key is used by A in order to decrypt it, in order to encrypt that particular file that we have here. This file was encrypted by A using the public key. Okay. But it can only be decrypted by a private key. Now the private key is exclusive to B. Interesting part is A can also send the same file or maybe a different file to C. You know, C also have its own private key, which is different from this one, which has belonged to B. So a user B and user C can have different private keys, but the both the keys are going to be different. For encryption, they will be using a public key, which is free for all, which is open to all. But private keys are going to be private to every single user, and decryption is only possible with that private key. So that becomes asymmetric, and asymmetric is why more reliable and more efficient as compared to symmetric encryption, because there is involvement of private key, which enhances the security and exclusivity. Public key is available to everyone. Everybody can encrypt with public key, but it will only be decrypted with the private key that they have. So that is the level of relevancy. Okay, so let's start with the session. By the way, guys, I've shared a link in the chat box. Please, you can also go through and visit that link. That is for the drive that I just have created. Here, I have added some material and I'll add some more material for you. right? These are some additional nodes. These are the tools and CEH official modules. The folders in the red are the official content, and rest everything is something that I've added from my side for you, so you guys can also look into it later. I'll be uploading more and more stuff into this, so don't worry about that. So let's start the encryption module and let's get done with this. Let's use this tool called hashcalc for calculating one-way hashes. Okay, so this tool is already available in Windows 11, so we're gonna switch into this and put the password. Well, there are different kind of encryption functions, types that can be different kind of hashing algorithms that can be present, and a few of them are MD2, MD4, MD5, SHA-1, SHA-2, and so on and so forth. There's so many of them. So we will use hash calculator, hashcalc, in order to find the hash of a particular file. I'll quickly create a new file here, a new text document in the name of testing. And inside this document, I'll put some content here. This is some random stuff added, right? And I'll save it. This is saved. I have closed it. Done. In hashcalc, I will select the format of data which is in the file. I will see where the file is located with that icon. It's going to be in my desktop, testing, and I'll click on open. When I will click on calculate, it will start calculating the hash values for this file. You can see. Now let's keep it on the side. Okay. Let's consider MD5 or maybe SHA-1 hash for a second. Let's copy this, open a notepad, another notepad for that matter. Let's open a sticky note. That will be better. Are you serious? I don't need it. Never mind. I'll go with a notepad anyway. Okay, here it is. So you can see this is the original value. I'm going to name it as version 1. Okay, that's the original value that we had for this file. Now I'll open the file again separately and I will make some changes here written by Akash. Now clearly this file is modified. It is not having the same integrity, of course. I saved it, I closed it, done. I'll open hash calculator again in a separate window, right? Select the same file, testing, open, and calculate the hash. And for SHA-1, for example, the early hash was this one, and this is the new hash. You can see, which is similar. But if you will, no, oh, I haven't copied this one. I was even wondering how come this could be similar. And I was surprised. Okay, you can see this is the version 2 of the hash that we just noticed. You can see the difference in the hash. The point here is that once there is a modification made to a particular file, its integrity completely changes, even if it is single insignificant modification of a space or even a decimal point. It will change the hash value of the function and will never be the same. Now, you might think that what if we, you know, undo the changes that we just did? Okay, I'll keep it this one also aside. I'll open this file again and I'll delete this thing and make it the way it was before, right?
Saved it, close it. Again, I'll open a new hash calc. And here, same file, I'll put that in and calculate. Even though it was made the same as before, becomes the way it was. This confirms that even a smallest change in or a modification in a file can definitely change its hash value and its function. And that's how we can calculate it with the help of this tool called hashcalc, which is made for the same purpose to calculate different kind of hashes. You can open as many windows. You can also create a new hash and check for the file. Let's say if somebody's sending you a file or you're trying to send a file to somebody else, you can monitor if this file is being edited or not by calculating the hash of it. And if somebody have made any kind of changes, definitely the hash value will show up here. After using hashcalc, there's another utility that can also be used, which is MD5 calculator. Also works in a similar fashion. We have to just type MD5 and it opens up this thing. So you have to add a file here. I'll add the same file, testing.txt, and I'll click on calculate. This is the hash I got. I'll copy this. Hashcalc is for multiple different kind of hashes, whereas MD5 is just for the MD5 hash only. Hashcalc is flexible enough to work with all different kind of hash algorithms that we have. So this is version 1 of this file. And if I go back and make a change into the same file that we have, testing.txt, some random stuff added, closed, closed, and I'll add that file again and I'll calculate it one more time. This time you can see the file is the MD5 value is showing in red. That means it is not the same as it was before. Proves the MD5 value hash also change. So no matter what algorithm is being used, if the integrity is not the same as before, the hash values will also be not the same as before. And that is the only way you can actually verify the hash values, by actually checking with these calculators. There are also other tools for MD5 hashes, but MD5 calculator works the best. There is one amazing tool called CryptoForge. Now, let me show you the demonstration for this one. This can be used for a very good secure communication usage. We can use it for even personal communication also with people. We can send files with encryptions and it becomes totally unreadable for anyone. You can send it on any kind of platform, but still it will be secure. So for this, we'll be using a tool called CryptoForge. I've shared this tool already in the drive with you, so you already have it. It's in this last module, cryptography, cryptography tools, CryptoForge. There it is. You just have to double click on this and it will start the installation. It says it's already installed in my system, so I'm not going to reinstall it, but you guys can do it if you want. So I will type, okay, before I do that, let's take a look at this file. This is my testing file with some specific information, right? I'll make a right click on this and click on show more options. There is an option to encrypt it. You can see it right here, fourth or fifth from the top. This encryption option is only coming because of the CryptoForge tool that I have installed in my system. Otherwise, generally, you will not see this kind of option in Microsoft. This is coming because of CryptoForge. So what I can do is I will just simply click on encrypt and it will ask me for a passphrase or something like that. I'll put a passphrase like some random stuff, random 123. Quality is good enough. I will also confirm it, random 123. Okay, fair enough. Click OK. Now this file becomes encrypted. You see, it becomes encrypted. It will not be. You will not be able to open it until provide until I give you, of course, the passphrase. I can open it because, of course, it's in my system. But otherwise, if somebody else have to open it, definitely then they need the passphrase. So let me give you a demonstration. Show more options. Encrypt. Encrypted. Fair enough. Same passphrase, it is encrypted. Now, if I send this to somebody else, let's say I send it on my server 2019, okay? I will share it there. Okay. I will switch to 2019 server. Okay. I'll try to open the same file in this location now, and let's see how it works out. Here is that testing encrypted file, you can see. And if I have to open it, it's asking for a passphrase. Now, until unless I put a right passphrase, it will not open. If I put something random, it says error. You need to re-enter or you can abort. So I will re-enter the key. I just forgot the key myself. Okay, let me try again. RANDDOM. Oh, okay. I wasn't putting the numbers actually. Okay, so there it is. This is the file, unencrypted format. So this is one of the best mode of for a secure channel communication. If you are not trusting the platform you are transacting, you can create files, text files, and encrypt them and send it to each other. And you will only be able to open it if you have a proper passphrase. Otherwise, it stays encrypted. You can also save your data in hard drives and stuff like that with encrypted as well. If even if you have to give it to someone, you can share it. They will not be able to open it until they have a proper passphrase. So that's the beauty of CryptoForge. It stays encrypted until you put the right credentials. BTC, BC text encoder also works exactly the same way. It's just an encoding and decoding software. I'll show you that also. It's pretty simple. Just a second. I need to switch to my Windows 11. There we go. We have BC text encoder. Yep. So when you open it, this is the kind of interface you get. So above there is on the top half this option, this section is for encoding, whereas the bottom half is for decoding. So you can put any text here and click on encode. It will encode that text in here. And if you have an encoded text you want to decode it, you can just put it here, click on decode, and it will show up in here. I'll show you an example for this. So let's say I type some random stuff in there in this part. I am Akash Sharma from Delhi, India. I like to hear some. Okay, so there's some random stuff. Okay, and I click on encode. It will ask me for a passphrase that if you want to encode, like what's going to be the password. So I'm going to put Holland 007 and click OK. There you go. At the bottom, it just created the encoded text for me. This text can be sent over any medium or text communication format. And this is an encoded format with AES 256-bit encryption. If I want to decrypt it, I'll click on decode. It will ask me for a passphrase. I will type the passphrase and then only it will decode it for me. There you go. I have it back again in the same format. So that's BTC text encoder. But better than this, I prefer to choose CryptoForge because it's much better in terms of text communication. We can send files with data, and it's better. Not just this file, like a text file, we can also do it for images or videos also. It works exactly the same way. Even if you have to send an image and you wanted protection that only a certain person can only open it, so you can use CryptoForge for the same. Now let's create let's go for a disk encryption part here. Just give me a second. We're going to use VeraCrypt for this. Just a second. Okay, please type yes in the chat box if you have copied the drive link, because I really want this. I want you guys to have this. Chad, you there? Ah, okay. I thought you guys have already left. All right. Okay, let's continue with VeraCrypt. Please copy this drive link. And I was AFK for a second. No problem, buddy. It's all right. I understand. Supon you also can copy this with you, or maybe chat can help you with this link. All right, let's switch now to VeraCrypt. VeraCrypt is a software for establishing and maintaining an on-the-fly encrypted volume. You can encrypt a volume in your own system, which will be hidden from everyone, will have your data, and whenever you want to use it, you knows how to open this volume. So that's even better than having, like, a hidden storage. It's encrypted and hidden. So to use VeraCrypt, I have installed VeraCrypt already in the system. It's a free software, anybody can download it, so it doesn't matter. So you have to create a volume first. So click on create volume here. It's ask you these kind of information. You just have to put the random details, like create an encrypted file container. So yes, I'm going to do that. Click next. Standard VeraCrypt volume or hidden. Let's make it hidden so that nobody else can open it. Click next. Normal mode, direct mode. We will go for the normal mode. What is the volume location for you? So it's the location where you want to save the volume. I want to save it on my desktop in the name of secret wall. That's it. And I will save it. It will be in this location. This will be the volume which will be having my encrypted stuff. And I'll click next. In the next tab, you will set the options for your outer volume. Next, what is the encryption you want to use? You can select all the kind of encryptions over here. I'm going to stick with the basic, that is AES. And I'll keep the rest everything the same. You can also change your hash algorithm if you want. I'll go next. Then free space. How much space you want to give on this drive? Maybe see, it depends on what kind of things you're storing into it, how big your data is. My data is going to be just text file, so I'm going to give it like 5 MB will be enough. You can give more based on how much you want to store inside this volume. I'll click next. Now the choosing the password for this particular drive, for this volume. So I'm gonna put a password Poland 007. Poland 007. Okay. Let's leave everything the way it is and click next. Passwords are easy to crack using brute force. If they ask this, click yes. Okay, here you have to click on random pool check mark here, this one. Keep everything else the same. And then click on format. When I click on open auto volume, so it says auto volume have been successfully created and mounted as drive Z. Okay, so this is going to be Z drive in added. I'll click next. Click yes. Has been scanned. Click next. Oh, okay, that's it actually. So here my Z drive is added, which is basically the drive which I have created. You can see secret wall over here. When I click on Z drive and I click mount, oh, I have to select a file here. So I have to select the volume from secret wall and then click on mount. It's asking for the password. I put the password, Poland 007. Click OK. There you go. It's mounted. Now this is usable to me. When I open this, oh, I just make a double click on this. You can see in this PC, I have a local disk Z. Whatever I store inside this disk stays inside it. And if anybody want to access it, they need the password for that. And if I also, you'll see, I'll keep it open right here. See, disk Z is visible right now. I'll open VeraCrypt. Disk Z is open. But as soon as I click on dismount, it will be gone. See, it's gone. Now there is no disk Z. Disk Z only is a virtual disk that is created with VeraCrypt. It is encrypted, totally inaccessible by anyone. Whatever stays in there is safe in there. It goes down with it, so there's nothing to worry about. So that's the best part about VeraCrypt. Just like VeraCrypt, there is also BitLocker. It's also similar but a little bit more complex. It just encrypts your whole drive. It doesn't give you the option to create a new volume just like VeraCrypt. And also VeraCrypt is free. BitLocker have a commercial version also. So I prefer not to choose it, but VeraCrypt is awesome. Next, we'll be working on crypt analysis tool. We have something called a crypt tool, which helps us to analyze cryptographic values. Oh, I forgot a tool there. Just a second. Just a second, guys. think I've shared everything with you already, so you must be having all the tools in here. So that's not going to be a big problem. I see the cryptography have not been uploaded yet. I'll upload the cryptography tools also. Don't worry. I just noticed that. I will also keep a tab on this. You'll have the cryptography tools. Right. So on that note, we just reached to the end of our final module as well, cryptography, and we are officially done with our complete curriculum. Well, after 4 days of hard work and total 32 hours spent, I guess that's the right calculation. Yeah, we have finally came to an end of this whole curriculum, CEH version 12, wherein we did all the theoretical parts, we did all the practicals for 90% of the tools. Rest, whatever 10% is remaining, I'm sure you guys will practice that. I have shared you plenty of materials already, and I am also going to share you rest of the materials like videos which I haven't uploaded yet, and the same drive link by the way, so you're gonna have it. So yeah, this is the sweet end to our 4 day journey.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it. Very, very informative. And I
Thank you so
can't
much,
wait to
Chad.
go over the material.
Absolutely, Chad. Thank you so much for your cooperation, guys, as well. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be your trainer. It was a delight to share this platform with you guys. I wish you guys great luck ahead, and I wish to see you more often in the same domain, of course. If you guys have any kind of feedback, any kind of um, anything that you would like to share about me or the training or the curriculum, feel free to connect with your program manager for that. You can also take my communication information, my email or something from the your program manager itself if you have something to pass on to me, right?
I was going to mention, I noticed you looked at my LinkedIn the other day. Um,
I did.
yeah, I thought I saw you.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I'm not sure if that was you, but anyway.
yeah, I thought it was. I thought I saw you.
Okay.
Oh well, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it was someone else, but I thought it was you.
All right. It was system administrator ID support, right?
Yeah,
New Waterford. Yeah, got you.
correct.
Okay.
That's me. Yeah.
Right. Well, Chad and Supon and unfortunately Yusuf already left. You
Yes.
guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for your continued support and your cooperation. I wish you guys great luck. Good luck for the CEH examinations. And anytime you need my support, you can take my contact details and you can communicate with me anytime. I'll be glad to help you out.
Thank you, sir.
All right. You're
Thank you very
welcome.
much.
You're welcome, Supone. I wish you guys good luck. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Akash.
All right. Thanks, Chris. You can take over from here, and we have concluded the session for the curriculum of CEH. Have a good one, everyone. Cheers.
Cheers.